Are you ready? Okay. Wow. Just after 8:30, so I think we can begin. I'd like to welcome everybody to negotiations between the MCEA and the Minidoka School District. We'll get started with, I believe, there's some introductions that need to be made. So Nicole, can we start on your end? Oh yes, and please use the microphones.
Nicole Toner, MCEA co-president.
Ashley Johnson, I'm here for the district.
Brandy Milliron. And what do you want me to say? I was talking. MCEA co-president.
Mara Nopelt.
Ellen Austin.
Nicole Manning.
Spencer Larson, superintendent.
Yeah, I forgot you. Sorry.
Abby Vogt, elementary teacher.
Heather Hepworth. Tina Williams.
Lori Gottman.
Okay, so just I'd like MCEA to be aware that there might be some changes on the district's negotiating team throughout the meeting. There may be people that have some appointments, and so we have some alternates ready to go. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd just like to go item number 1, ground rules and standards. Oh, they'll be read by Tina.
Oh, really? Okay, sure. Okay. Just the standards, they haven't changed over the years, so, make sure it's legal, make sure we can afford it, that it's practical, that we can manage it, physically sound, ethical, measurable. Does contract language apply to all certified staff? Is there value that's going to be added to the district? Is it in the best interest of students, and is it equitable? And then I think on the other page you have your ground rules that have been in place. So are there any questions on that?
Tina, I don't have one of those. Can I miss it somewhere? It's on your agenda. It's on the negotiating agenda.
Should be.
Heather, you want it to us all?
You should have a copy of it in your agenda.
I just put it on the agenda.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
oh,
Just put it on the agenda. I didn't.
is that what President Garland?
No. I did one. No, that's the agenda. Here, I didn't know those. I know. Does anybody need to read them? They're exactly the same as prior years.
Okay, I guess I'd like just a little indication. Are any changes, or is it good the way it was presented? Thumbs up. Okay.
And the other ones, values
Oh, sorry.
values and standards.
So that was for the standards. How about for the ground rules? Indication? Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to interest.
Oh,
Yeah, Abby.
so you'll go with it.
You mean you want
So which items are you looking at moving?
Well, Carrie notified us and asked if we could move the budget up after the ground rules so that if we had any questions or anything, Daryl could go back and work on that while we were discussing other things.
Is everyone okay with that change, moving the budget review up? Okay. Okay, we'll have our budget review by Mr. Daryl Kent.
How in depth would you guys like? I can go deep or just give you the overview.
How about somewhere in between?
Somewhere in between. Okay, so this is FY25, fiscal year 25. This will be next year's revenues. Thank you, Brandy. As we've noted in prior board meetings and everything, we won't have a fund balance rolling forward. The likelihood is very slim. If we do, that'll be great, but as of right now, budget-wise, it's budgeted at 0. We'll receive 2.7 million in local revenues. This is your support or supplemental levy and others items in there. 30.6 million coming from state revenues. This is your discretionary, your salary-based apportionment, your benefit apportionment, and your transportation reimbursement areas. Other state support revenue, these are our one-off or our little side items, including literacy, PD monies, your advanced opportunities. It used to include our maintenance our maintenance lottery monies, but some of those items, as noted on here, have been repealed with the last set of legislation, so we lose some of those fundings. We will get the school district facilities fund and modernization funds this next year, but those are still waiting for clarifications from the state as to how those distributions or amounts will be allocated. So as most other districts are doing it, they are leaving it off of their budget, and then they will come back to it later and add that amendment. The one thing to note on these is both of those pieces of funding will be earmarked for maintenance projects. Mr. Larson was able to attend a meeting just this last week. Did you want to add to that?
So those funds, we cannot use them for routine maintenance. That they are for bigger projects. The criteria that we were given was something that would last at least 7 years. So our day-to-day maintenance, those monies cannot be used for that, nor can they be used for salaries.
So that does cause a little bit of issue because we used to use the maintenance lottery and maintenance match monies to help offset maintenance salary costs. There were portions of those that we could use there that still qualified. So with this change in legislation on these new funds, that could cause a dilemma. One other thing to note, these other line items that have the fund code in red, these are all going to be revenues that we receive that will actually be going into those separate funds. They come in on the same revenue sheets across from the state, so to keep things clear for our department so we could track everything, we put it on here. But those monies will not end up in the general fund. They will come through and pass right back out to their appropriate fund. With that state revenue is 2.6 million and those other fund items. Fund transfers in indirect costs. This changed a little bit from our last board presentation. These indirect costs are the overhead costs from our federal monies. With working with Miss Austin and title with these different federal monies, we've rerouted just about all funds from there to salaries and benefits as much as appropriate. And in doing so, we reduced these indirect costs and decided to push them through salaries instead. So we've taken those out of these revenues and put them in there. In all reality, that just means that we can then pull some more salary expenses off of our expense items out of the general fund and reduce the expense side. So it's kind of a net wash as far as the revenues to expenses because it doesn't come in, but it also won't be going out through our general fund.
So where is that reflected in this budget? Like if those changes were made, where is that reflected on the revenue?
On revenues, it's in this fund transfers in. So Title I, we used to have about $20,000 as a indirect cost revenue. That $20,000 is no longer a revenue, but we also were able to remove more salaries on the backside by transferring people into a Title I funded classified position or areas along those lines. Any questions on the revenues? Okay. Fiscal year 25 expenses. Salaries for all of our areas. These we did make some changes yesterday as far as our plan changes. Mr. Larson, did you want to touch base on that before I get into numbers?
If you would actually start going through it, and then when we get to the appropriate area, I'll jump in.
Okay. So, yes, ma'am. No problem. For salaries, these are the current salaries for the positions that we have set. As stated, we did make a few adjustments yesterday. Those adjustments are reflected in these numbers. So these numbers are as current as of last night, 10:30, 11 o'clock, somewhere right in there. Total salaries are currently sitting at $20.8 million. We were able to reduce salaries by about, the exact I don't have. I know it was 1 to 2 million right in there. It's about,
About 1.5.
say that again.
About 1.5.
1.5. That sounds about right. With the reduction in salaries, that means we had a reduction in benefits as well, because those are tied directly there. Benefits are now down at $9.4 million. From our purchase services, our supplies and materials, and capital purchases, we were able to reduce discretionary expenditures by 1 to 1.5 million, somewhere right in there as well. From our first initial iteration to what we currently are at. This is taking into effect, so sorry, I'll get there in a second, I apologize. Total purchase services is 1.9 million. Supplies and materials at 2.1 million. This is keeping transportation at a 3 route. This is not removing the $160,000 on that, as that hasn't been decided. So that's there.
So what went up on supplies and materials, because it's higher from what it was presented Monday?
It would be that $160,000 for the transportation.
Okay.
I had previously taken it out from that board meeting and showed it what it would be if we did go down to 2 route. But as there wasn't a decision made on that, we put it back in to show the most current expenses.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
So again, supplies and materials 2.1, capital purchases. This is at 1.45. Majority of that is levy monies being routed right back out to their expenditures that they should be. Debt services, we will have nothing, as that will go through our tax revenues coming in and run through the bond funds 310. Insurance and judgments 295,000. This is our property insurance is the majority of all of that. Fund transfers 947,000. These are those revenues that we showed on the first page that are flowing straight back out, and they come in and go right back out to their fund. So 947,000 there. This $10,000 contingency, this came from when we were adjusting discretionaries associated to special ed expenditures. We went with a 4-year average as we were doing this and compared it to current year expenses, and we found the middle ground in between there that we thought was reasonable. With a few of them, we hesitated on how we wanted to do that. So we reduced it as much as we felt appropriate, but that reduction we then threw in this contingency to make sure that if it was higher, we had that 10,000 to put back to that sped account to make sure those were handled. In the end, that comes down to our totals. Salaries and benefits are currently showing about 82% of this $37.098 million expenditure budget there. But we are currently $957,000 over our revenue income. So we have just roughly under $1 million of expenditures more than we have revenues.
I think it's important to note. So, Daryl, we talk about the losses in revenue that we knew of, the big items, like the ESSER,
Oh, yep. So fiscal year 24, we had about $40 million of revenue, 40 to 41 million. In those revenues, what was accounted in that budget was our fund balance. Our fund balance was included in our budgets, and the same as including your savings account into your monthly budget or your yearly budget. We had $1.6 million fund balance rollover from last year into this year, so that 1.6 there. We had a 1.8 of ESSER money that was left for this year's usage. It will be gone, expended, whether we expend it or not, it will be gone. The federal will be pulling that back. Then we have the reduction in support units from 2012 or 212. I wish it was 2012. 212 support units that we budgeted at. The 209 that are actual came in to the FY25 budgeted support units of 200.43. So that reduction of support units there was a little over 1.1 million. And lastly, we also received a one-time distribution of that 160 something like we got 1.1 million. I forget.
105 was what the legislature
105.
gave to school districts.
So our one-time distribution of that was about 1.1 million. Out of all those areas, the only section that we might see any sort of increase over the next year or so would be our support units, if at all. So the fund balance, we've used it. It's going to be gone. Nothing to fall back onto. ESSER money's gone. We can't fall back onto it, and we can't guarantee that we'll get a one-time payment again this year.
So really, we were starting this year just over 5 million shorter than we had last year in revenues. And so how do you make that up? Unfortunately, we had to make cuts, and that was across the board. We aligned our administration staff to the allotment of 15. That's what we will get funded from the state, and so we were right at that number. We had to make cuts to certificated and pupil service staff and also classified staff. And so after those cuts, that's now we're at that 957,000. But we were able to cut to, it was right at 25.9 instructional staff, 24 classified staff, and that is hard to do. The administration, I mean, it didn't take it lightly, and we're aware that, there are numbers on the paper, but they're people, and these are their incomes and livelihoods, and a lot of thought and a lot of effort went into the decisions that were made, and we really, although we maybe should go more, we don't feel that we can without really hurting, and it's already going to hurt the education, the instruction, but without hurting it even more. We just didn't feel we could cut anymore.
If I may, on your admin count, Mr. Larson, I'm going to correct you. You're actually at 16, but we are able to push one of those FTEs through our SPED funds or our federal program funds. Most likely going to be.
And one of them has always been paid through the SPED fund, right? It'd be the special education director. So yeah, so that one plus the 15 in the general fund.
Correct. Yeah, so prior federal programs also covered about $50,000 of an admin wage that was pushed back to staff salaries. So, any questions on revenues, expenditures, anything on my end? Awesome, thank you.
If any more information from Mr. Kent is required, this is one reason we wanted him moved up. Please ask. He'll be able to go and work on obtaining that. Thank you, Daryl. Okay, budget review is over. Interest now. Okay. Abby. And really would like to start with MCEA.
We have just a brief statement before we begin. So the Minidoka County Education Association negotiations team is committed to representing our members' needs and interests in the best way possible. We've surveyed our members and we've matched the survey results, their responses to our association's mission statement. We're committed to negotiating the best possible contract for the teachers of Minidoka County, and we look forward to working with the Minidoka County School District Administrative Team and with the Minidoka County School Board to accomplish the goal. So I think, Nicole, yeah.
One interest that we have is expanding the size of our bargaining team because we are doing interest-based bargaining. So we want everybody we would like to see everybody that involved with those. So we thought about 2 school boards, superintendent, elementary, middle school, and high school with some flexibility, but including all people that have an interest in bargaining. Interest-based bargaining, we want to be able to listen to what each other has to say and hear each other's stories. Everybody has stories that we can contribute to the decisions that are at the table. We want to be able to work together and problem solve, and we want to have this be as a collaborative as possible. You know, we want to be able to share and listen to everybody's ideas. And that will also enhance our relationships and trust, and it builds a stronger, more cooperative relationship between the negotiating parties. And this encourages communication and the mutual respect that everyone deserves. Creative problem solving helps create creative thinking and brainstorming, leading to innovative solutions that might not come from adversarial negotiation lifestyles or styles. And these can result in more effective and efficient outcomes. Part of this is also increased satisfaction. Since interest-based bargaining aims to meet the interest of all parties, there's often higher satisfaction with the final agreement. And this can reduce the likelihood of future disputes and increase the commitment to agreed upon terms. It also can affect and make better communication because we will be doing active listening and more understanding between parties. Long-term benefits, IBB often leads to sustainable agreements that work well in the long run by addressing the root causes of issues and focusing on interests rather than the positions. The agreements are more likely to stand the test of time. And then again, it brings up less adversarial. It reduces the adversarial nature of negotiations, which can lower stress and tension and create a more positive atmosphere.
I think it's fine the way, like, I'm fine with the way you've listed it up there. Because I don't know that you can write everything.
No. Do you want to maybe add the acronym IBB?
Any other interests from MCEA?
Yes, we would like to revisit the number of sick leave days. Um, quite a few years ago, I'm not real clear on how long ago, We were given another sick leave day in August because we were working more than half the month. And we have continued to work more than half the month. But about, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, that day disappeared. And I think it might have happened when there was some sort of a change in the computer program that was keeping track of all that, because I remember people coming to me and saying, "Hey, what happened to that August day?" Um, and we kind of didn't ever get an answer to that. So I think we would like to look at that and see what we can do in that respect of bringing that back, and perhaps because I feel like it's in the negotiated agreement, and perhaps retroactively uh, giving those August days to the people who have worked in those various years.
So just for clarification, that's for all certificated staff.
Can I ask a question really quick? Clarification. Do we currently have 9? Is it 9 days? Is that what we have? Okay. And so then what you guys are asking maybe is that we would have 10
Yes.
because of working half in August. Okay. My only question would be is how does that affect us district-wide? I don't know how that affects, like, if, the money thing that everybody's so concerned about, how that affects anything if we were to add that back in. Is there somebody, can you check on that, Daryl? I'm not sure how that works. Okay. Thank you.
I have the actual item from the negotiated agreement, if anybody wants me to read that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. This is Article 5, Section B. And it's related to the district policy of 544.1. At the beginning of each school year, each employee shall be credited with 1 sick leave day as projected for the employment year for each month of service in which they work a majority portion of that month. There shall be no limit on the number of days of sick leave which an employee may accumulate. All accumulated sick leave permitted as reportable under Idaho Code 33-1228 shall be reported to the Public Employees Retirement System of Idaho, so PERSI, for employees retiring after July of 1988. And then it goes on and tells when people can take sick leave. So we probably don't need to read those instances.
You might refer to what the policy. Okay, tell me that.
In the negotiated agreement, it's Article 5.
Say that again.
Article 5,
Article 5,
Section B.
Article 5, Section B.
And then
Negotiated agreement. Negotiated agreement.
It's also just CBC. It's also just a policy.
Yeah. Okay. Negotiated. I'm trying to spell as I'm doing this. Negotiated.
Just put CBA for collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
Let's all tell her something to write up
And
there
then
to confuse her.
you might want to include the
Another acronym. Say that again, Mark.
Abby, you probably should include the district policy number, which was 544.1.
544.1
1.
policy.
Right. Thank you.
Other interests from MCEA?
Am I up? I'm doing double duty. Okay. All right. Another interest. Can you hear me? Okay. Another interest is the student safety, and we as Minidoka employees are vested in that, and we feel the effects of large class sizes increasing due to what's occurring. Possibility of student conflicts increasing. Teacher-student relationships possibly could decrease. District's liability could increase. We're worried about teacher burnout. What could we do to make it better? This is pretty dear to my heart. I'm just going to tell you that. But we really don't have a solution. However, we want to be proactive with this. And we're asking for ideas. It's a big concern.
Abby, are you guys talking about like way oversized classes? Is that what we're discussing?
It's a possible outcome of the for student safety
Okay.
and how we can things have
From getting
changed, Lori.
worse? Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess my question is like, do we have, I wasn't aware that there was like, I don't know if this is like future concern or if that we are really having like big issues with class sizes now. Am I misunderstanding something here, or we're just thinking ahead?
It's what's coming.
Oh,
ahead.
okay. The changes of
With,
possible.
I think with some of the staff cuts and things
I
like
gotcha.
that.
the cause and effect of
Okay,
staff
I see.
cuts and the possibility
Okay.
of increased sizes and looking at student safety as well as
Right.
staff.
Well, I would also like, it's always a concern for us as well.
Always.
So
But with the budget cuts and things and the teacher cuts, am I saying that right? It's going to increase. It will increase. I see that.
well, I can't answer for everybody, but I know that we're on the same page. All of
Okay.
us are on the same page with that. So we can
Thank
all
you.
work together on it. And that's my thought process.
Okay. Thank you.
Abby, do you want to just put, like you said, it was in regards to class size? Is that basically it? Maybe you could just put a little note about class size because that seems to be the big issue, right?
I have an interest. Um, my interest is visiting language in the master agreement for contracted Fridays. And my story, okay. We all know that a good teacher possesses skills and qualities that make an effective educator. A good teacher has a strong understanding of the subject matter that they teach. They're able to explain concepts clearly, answer students' questions, and connect learning to real world application. A good teacher has engaging instruction. They use a variety of teaching methods, technology, and hands on activities. A good teacher uses differentiation. They know every kid learns differently. They adjust their teaching to cater to the different learning styles and abilities. And a good teacher can effectively assess student learning and use that information to guide instruction and identify areas where students need that additional support. Having these skills makes a huge impact on students' learning, and teachers need dedicated time to focus on these areas. With our financial situation and the possibility of maybe having an increase of class sizes and maybe even having less paras or classified people to help assist us, teachers are going to need to spend more time on student focused activities, planning and preparation, student assessments, organization of classroom activities. Contracted Fridays should be dedicated to allowing the teacher to catch up on tasks and workload and therefore, reduce stress and burnout. I think teacher burnout is a big concern in this time right now. I think we're all in the unknown. And with teacher burnout, how is that going to affect students? We propose that a minimum of the day of contracted Fridays be dedicated to teacher work time and planning and preparation.
Okay, so that's the solution.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
Yeah.
Forget I said that.
We'll brainstorm that later.
Okay.
I have an interest. We would like to have evaluation language added to the collective bargaining agreement.
Adding to the
CBA.
Thank you.
Keeping it consistent on our acronyms for you, Abby. Keeping it consistent on acronyms for you.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Okay, we recognize that there is evaluation language in the board policy manual. However, in looking at other neighboring school districts, many school districts have evaluation language in their collective bargaining agreement. Board policy only requires 2 readings for it to change, so it can be changed very quickly. And we just feel it would, if it's in the collective bargaining agreement, it would give our teachers more assurance that if language is going to be changed, it would have to go through a bigger process than just 2 board readings. At these uncertain times right now, especially with the situation our district is in, teachers need to feel protected and appreciated for the job we do, just like all employees in our district need to. This would also empower our administration to have clear expectations for what we are expected in our evaluations, because the purpose of an evaluation is to improve our instructional outcomes. And when our instructional outcomes improve and we become better teachers, then it ultimately impacts our students and it helps with our students' education. So we would like that language added to the CBA.
Is there anything else you want me to add to this, Brandy?
Also, no, not add to it, but keep in mind that the collective bargaining agreement is only a 1 year agreement. So if we put something in there and it doesn't work, it just doesn't work the way that we had envisioned as a collaborative team, then it could be changed the next year. I mean, it's just a 1 year agreement.
Do you want to write that? Your agreement, or are we okay?
No.
We're okay. We understand. Okay.
Anything else from MCEA?
Not then it should be the district.
All right, interest from the district. Well, then I'll go ahead and start with one. Like to have as balanced a budget as we can. Well, I guess hopefully the story behind this is fairly obvious. If we're constantly worried about finances and making payroll and how are we going to pay our bills, it's just does not make for a good environment for anybody. And having to worry about that, and then okay, hey, we get mid-year and now we have to worry about cuts or cutting programs or whatever the case may be. That's not good to do mid-year. And even with the budget that was presented, it's not quite balanced, but that may be as good as it can get. Don't be shy, people.
I guess an interest I think that we have is that we work together to come to solutions that work for all sides and all staff. Good word, Abby. Thanks. I know you can do this. Use your.
I have one, and I don't know how you'd put it, but basically to presume positive intentions.
Reduce.
Presume positive intentions.
Presume positive intentions.
Good spelling, Abby. You got everything spelled right.
We are.
Do you want bigger poster paper? I have bigger paper. Would somebody go get it? Which one are we starting with one at a, let's do one at a, okay, I have a suggestion. Can we start with one at a time? Yeah. With just like one at a time? Okay. What would we start with?
Is the first one the expanding the bargaining team? Is that okay? So I need a little bit of clarification because I'm not really clear on what it is that the concern is for expanding. Like, you know, we're all part of the team. You know, you have your team, we have our team, you have your team. I guess, is it a problem to add extra people? I don't understand what the problem is.
So I don't know. I don't think, Lori, that it's a problem. We just feel that decision makers should be at the table. And
Oh,
the in our district, some of the biggest decision makers are school board members. And so having a couple of school board members at the table, we think because they are a huge part of our decision making process, that would be beneficial to have school board members on the team and at the table, and then the superintendent, and then making sure that there are representatives from elementary, like, so two school board members, the superintendent, elementary admin, middle school admin, and a secondary like high school admin. So expanding it, because our bargaining agreement says 5, so expanding it to 6, but including some school board members at the table also.
So is that the number you're looking for? Is 6?
Just a number.
6 or 12 or like
Not,
that would help me. Okay.
not okay. 12 maybe total, not
Yeah.
not 12
Okay.
for each team. Oh Lord, no.
Okay, so I was going to say.
To when you're talking Idaho code and you go into Idaho law, okay, whenever you replace your bargaining team on the district side with anybody but school board members, then it opens that up to anybody. You could ask the Walmart greeter to come and sit at your table and be on the bargaining team. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, wanting to have the school board members present, but then they can also go into the district caucus when you caucus and be present there. So just for clarification.
I thought they went into the district caucus anyway.
They can.
I'm confused because
we invite who we would like to go into our caucus. So
I'm confused about that comment as well, just because when I look at the table, I feel like all of what she just talked about is well represented here, other than the board member. That's the only one.
In the past, we actually do try to have representative of levels, but we also try to rotate us out. Are we talking solutions or are we actually putting options up? Are we putting options up or just solutions?
Is there something to keep? Maybe rather than put solutions, but options.
So one option I've heard is to increase the size to 6 on each side. So another option would be to have a board member at the table. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
And I think those should be 2 separate options. So we can make combinations. Another option I heard was to make sure there is representation from, yes. This was your guys's, so I think you have to clarify if you want it to say elementary or if you want it elementary secondary or elementary middle high school.
Can I add something? I was just thinking if we do representation from all levels, we might end up with like if we just did elementary, secondary, would that be a workable thing? Because if we start adding elementary, middle, high school, and then we have superintendent, board member, how many, it might get over 6. I'm just wondering if we can just have elementary, secondary, or if we have to have all 3 levels. I mean, I don't know if that's a big deal to you guys. I was just thinking about numbers.
I think when we make combinations, we can work through
Combination.
that.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to write that down? Combinations, or are we okay?
When we get ready to vote, then we do combinations. So actually you need an A, B, C, D next to those.
No, you're not. You're doing great.
It's taking a minute for us to remember our
Well, I think an option should be leave it at 5, but include a board member. And so we'd still have the superintendent, an elementary principal, a secondary principal, a board member, and then a 5th person.
Okay, leave 5 to include board members.
From anybody? Any more options?
That looks good to me.
Are we gonna move to options and like work totally through that one before we move to the next one?
Decide, Ashley, how you want to do it.
I feel like I'm talking a lot and I'm alternate here.
You have one
My
item up there right now that you've discussed, and you have some options. Do you feel comfortable voting on those options, or do you want to move on and discuss something else?
I think it would be great to just get it out of the way if we're okay with that.
I
We don't have
agree.
to keep going back and forth.
I agree.
But can we caucus then?
Sure. You can caucus anytime you want. You decide.
It will probably take us at least 7 minutes by the time we walk through there and back. 7 minutes. Okay.
Okay, I think everyone's back at the table.
Sorry. I would like to add another option. Sorry. Allow room for flexibility on both sides.
Yeah, please explain.
Yes, I would love to explain that. So let's say that at the table we are talking about something that directly impacts federal programs or directly impacts special education, sorry, then that would allow us to ask the special education director to come to the table to be part of that discussion, or federal programs or something like that to allow them to be part of that discussion if it's directly impacting the program that they oversee.
Don't you have that ability right now? Like, I mean, if you wanted to ask Danielle to speak on something that affected her school, just your, you just have to agree to something like that to allow them to speak to that, or?
We've done that in the past. Like, I know I've come up and answered questions.
Well, this is something in the master agreement that would be changed because it does say, I think, 5 in the master agreement. So this would just put that piece in there to allow room for flexibility.
Brandy, are you looking at just taking out a number and putting flexibility in? Not having an actual number in the master?
Could be an option she makes.
Allow room for flexibility on numbers at table.
Allow flexibility both sides have.
Just put numbers on it, so we know what it means.
But what's your option regarding
Flexibility on the number of people at the table.
I would like to add an option. Leave it at 5 and invite a board member if available.
keep the number at 5, invite the board member?
Yes, if available.
Okay.
Do you want to make those 2? Yeah. 1, keep number 5 an option, and then H, which C is already up there that says board member. So you could say invite board member. Yeah.
And we took the other options that had board members being mandatory. And just regarding that, well, I guess we're not ready to talk about them yet.
people put up options, you should put their name beside them who put that up. So like right there, decision makers should be at the table. Whose option was that?
I believe that was Brandy's, am I correct? No? Sure. Can I just switch my okay. It was probably, that was a while ago.
Increased to 6.
That was mine.
Yay. Oh, good job. Get over here doing this. Oh. Okay. Did my time. This one should actually.
Are we ready for combinations then? Or
Yes.
I have a combination.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you the letters. I'm going to tell you the letters.
Yeah. Listen to her letters.
Listen. Okay. D.
Okay. So you would come down here and put D.
G. And H.
D.
Does anybody have any other combinations? Do we
I
want to
just have a
vote on it?
clarification. So with the DGH, so would that be still 5, or would that be 5 plus the 1 board member if available?
No, G is keep the number at 5.
It would be 5.
Keep the number at 5. So like that's really saying like if there is a situation that maybe a board member is, then that would be a possibility, but not a board member has to be at the table.
I would like to offer a combination. A, D, and E. Can I speak to why I think it's important again that board members are at the table? Because I feel like our constituents, it's important for them to hear a school board's input into our different interests and solutions. I think having their voice at the table would be beneficial for the constituents involved in our district. And it's my understanding that we are one of the districts that is very out of the norm. Most districts have a board member at the table.
I just wanted to it's not so much clarify, but just speak to the point. One board member doesn't speak for the board. I think we all realize that. Even if there was a second, they wouldn't speak for the board. Anything that gets decided at negotiations then has to be presented to the entire board for a vote. So I just wanted to state that.
And Mr. Larson, I totally agree with that and understand that. But just like the 5 of us from the MCEA, we are the voice for all the collective bargaining constituents. So I totally understand that. But I think they should have a voice at the table.
So are we ready to vote or do we need another combination?
You could go through and vote for each one, or you can vote for your combinations.
Let's just start with the 2 combinations we have and see where we get.
Okay, I'll take them. All right. Okay, combination 1 is D, representation from all levels. G, keep number at 5. And H, invite board member if available. And then the second combination is A, decision makers should be at the table. D, representation from all levels. And E, leave at 5, include board member.
So like your thumbs up, you can live with it, or it's thumbs down, you can't. So you're ready to vote
And
on
if you vote thumbs down, then you explain your reason. Is that right?
You should.
Okay, so do we want to start with the first option and see how we feel about it? Everyone interested in option 1?
Or combination?
Combination of option 1? Thumbs up, side, down, whatever.
Thumbs up, sideways, or down.
Sideways or up, is that right?
Okay, it looks like we're good to go then.
No. You still have to
Did somebody do a down? Oh, we got to do the other one. Sorry. So
Abby, I think you would write next to it that it was. I don't know what you're gonna write.
Passed.
like everybody was okay with it.
Everything passed. I just put in passed, yes. That's one in my notes.
All right.
Okay, option 2.
A, D, and E. Okay, so we have some thumbs down, but your top one passed, so that's what you're going to live with then.
And I think we're willing to say why. Go ahead, Ellen.
The reason why I voted thumbs down is it is my understanding that as the admin sit up here that we represent the board members, and there's always two members here and they caucus with us, and so we represent them.
Okay.
So we're good. So we can move to the next interest. Is that right?
Next one.
Sick leave days is the next one.
The next one is
Sick leave days.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
is this going to say, so is the recommendation from MCEA to move from 9 sick days to 10 because we work more than half of the day or half of the month of August? Is that right? Like move from 9 to 10? Is that recommendation? So that could be an option from 9 to 10. Yeah.
Just next year's calendar, what is the first day teachers are back?
Teachers are back on the 12th, so they work most of the month.
Abby,
yes.
I think that B could be follow what's in the negotiated agreement.
Repeat that, please.
Follow what's in section 5B of the negotiated agreement.
Can you read that to me again?
And that's what you read to us, right, Mara?
Mhm.
That's all I got. I'm trying to process. And negotiate. Okay. And policy, right? Lauren, do I have this correct for you?
Mhm.
Does anybody have any other options?
I'll add one. Retro, make the previous 3 years retroactive.
For me to remember, but I believe it was the COVID year that we lost it because we shut down, and so that was one way that we could take that away, and then it never came back. And
I'd like to call a caucus.
so, how long would you?
Let's do 7 minutes.
You do not have to time it. There is not a time limit.
I think
I'd like
there
to
any more options?
add an option.
Any more
I'd like to add an option, please.
Okay.
Make 23, 24 retroactive.
2023, 2024, right? Retroactive?
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
That says, C says 3 years retroactive. I'm seeing the last year retroactive.
Oh, just
So
one
give
year.
it a day this
1
year.
year.
Give it a dish. Okay. Okay. Got it.
Abby, could I maybe draw a little analogy here? Let's pretend that I was hired to do something for the district for a certain amount of money, and it was going to be paid over a period of time. And so, maybe I was busy and didn't always check my paychecks or whatever. And then I discovered, wait a minute, I haven't been paid over this thing where I was supposed to be paid for 5 years. I was not paid for some of those years. If it was a contract I had signed, the school district would owe me that money regardless. It wouldn't matter how deep in the red they were. It wouldn't matter, other than they did not fulfill their legal duty. That's why letter B and letter C, following what's in the agreement and 3 years retroactive. There's a legal duty to follow the negotiated agreement. It's not you can follow it when you want and you don't have to follow it when you don't want. It is a legal duty. I just don't see, that we haven't received it for 3 years, so the district's been in violation of the master agreement for that period of time. So I don't see, I guess, what the problem is with doing B and C, because that would bring us all back into legal compliance. And it wouldn't be every teacher is getting 3 years, because if a teacher only started this last year, they would only get 1 day. There's no guarantee that people are going to take a 10th day of sick leave. Now, I can see if somebody had a baby, they would. Or maybe they had been diagnosed with cancer, so they might need to have that extra day. But I think that all of us have either covered for someone else's class during our prep, or we have friends who have done that, who have maybe lost quite a few of their prep times in the course of a year, because we don't have substitutes. I guess I need to have someone explain to me how it would be legal, based on the master agreement, to not make all 3 of those years retroactive, which I actually believe in the state that it's 5 years, but I couldn't tell you where that's found because I don't remember.
What's 5 years? Sorry.
That you can go back 5 years to pick things up.
Does anybody else have any other options?
I have an option.
Motion?
Option.
Sorry, you're echoing.
Yeah. It's your to ensure that we are following the CBA moving forward, that we make sure that gets followed. That we really make sure that we are following that. Yep. I have another one, that days that we may choose to credit or agree upon are credited showing in the 2024-2025 year. So the days, so if the days we credit, they will show in the 2024-2025 year. So like if we agree that they're not going to show up tomorrow, that there's time that they can work through that, and they would show in the 2024-2025 year.
So you're saying that
Can we?
up to 3 days
No.
would not show up till next fall?
No. So that's like, I think like we have different options. I think you're jumping to combinations.
Well, I wasn't quite sure what you meant.
So what I'm saying is when the whatever is agreed upon in days, I'm not putting a number of days.
Oh, okay.
That whatever, if it's, I don't want to see a number right now, would be credited in the 2024-2025 school year is when that would show up in your leave bank. I don't know how else to say that. Okay.
I would like to add an option. Staff leaving would be credited in 23-24 school year.
Can I make a statement? Okay. I just want to say, you know, I know that the district is in a financial, I don't know, crisis. But I think teachers are going to have to carry a lot on their back. And I think it's important that we support the teachers and show them that we do support them.
Would it be a possibility if we tabled this till we got to salaries and benefits where there's a price tag attached to it?
I guess I just need clarification why there's a price tag attached, because it's not saying that every staff member, every teacher is going to take their extra days. A lot of us don't use our sick days. We would rather save those because we understand the importance of those of being applied to Percy. I know quite a few staff members that even if they're sick or their kids are sick, they use personal days because they understand the value of their sick days. So I don't understand why there's a price tag necessarily attached, because it's just asking for the days that was agreed upon and is part of the master agreement, part of that collective bargaining agreement. And we're just, because several of us have asked HR, we have asked other people over the years, and we don't get anywhere. That's why we brought it to the table today, because we've never gotten a response. Why are we only getting 9 when we're supposed to receive 10? So that's why we brought it to the table, but we don't feel there's necessarily a price tag. I mean, I understand with the subs, if we do take it and we get a sub, but I just don't see how we can actually put a price on it when we don't know if people are actually going to use them or not before they retire.
I guess that's information that really we would need to try and obtain. Just having heard from principals throughout the year, we have several staff. I mean, I don't know the exact number that do use their days, and they use all of their days. And so I guess in that regard, then there is a price tag, because if they had one more, they would likely use one more if they had already used their 9. So in that sense, I do think there is a price tag, at least on some of our staff.
Can I ask that we caucus again?
And one thing too, if you leave this to table until you talk about financial, this is one thing that is a real positive to bring back to your staff, you know, when you talk about this. So, yep.
We have a few more options we would like to put up. We would like to put up retroactive for 3 years. No, I'm letting her catch up as earned. And then I'm going to give you the years we want with that. 2021 to 2022. 22 to 23. And 23 to 24. And then I have another option for current employees.
For current employees.
Can we caucus? That's what I was going to do. So can I ask for a clarification? Could we get clarification on I, exactly what that's including, whether it's next year's
No,
current employees?
we're saying this year's current employees. So everybody's sitting in a job that has this year. Yes. Correct. So, I mean, I guess we could clarify current employees in the 23-24 school year. As of May, what, I don't know what today is, 16th? 17th? I would like to actually put today's date with that also. I'm going to be really explicit. Current employees 23-24 as of May 17th.
I would like to make a combination. Now you can put your paper up.
We need to be able to see it though.
Do we have another?
Yeah, somebody could go run and get, there's one.
Can't see it real good.
Hey, could somebody go run down to the conference room and get the stand? There's one in there.
Great idea.
Thanks, Vanna.
Okay, B, F, G, H, and the vowel I. The vowel I.
Can we call for a vote? Can we call for a vote?
Can we just, can somebody read them out loud for me so I can? Thank you, Vanna.
I'm reading the combination. Okay, B, follow what's in CBA and policy. F, days are credited, showed in 2024-25 year. G, staff leaving would be credited in 23-24 school year. H, retroactive for 3 years as earned 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24. I, for current employees, 23, 24 as of May 17th.
Can I just, like, there is one piece we didn't put in there that I think we would want to be very clear. Do you want me to do that now or after we vote? Well, I think everybody might be assuming this, but how about I tell you what it is, and then we could decide if we need an option and then a new combination. So we know that we have quite a few staff members leaving, and one of our concerns is we credit these, but we want to be clear. So if Abby is retiring, yes. Oh, I have to remove the if. Okay.
When?
Abby is retiring, she would be credited those days as she leaves. So she wouldn't be credited the days today to take 3 sick days next week. Would you like me to add an additional option?
That's G.
Yes, but I think we want to be explicitly clear on the part of you. Yeah, we can't have staff taking those 6 days. They would be credited next week. Yes. Again, I just want to be very explicit. But yeah, okay, so F says it would be credited in 24-25, except for the employees leaving. So if there's an employee that will no longer be with us next year, like Abby, she would potentially be credited some sick days. What we can't handle or don't want to have happen is that Abby says if we agree to this today and she knows she's going to be credited 3 sick days, that she doesn't call her administrator on Monday and says, I'm taking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off as a sick day. So would you like us to add that as another option?
Yes.
That we could then add a combination.
Let's
Yes. I don't know that G's mine. So
I did G. So how would we?
okay, Brandy had a great suggestion.
Brandy, could you add to mine?
To not be used next week.
To not be used next week.
On G.
After June 1st.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, to be used after June 1st.
There we go.
Or upon leaving
Take
the
your sick
district.
day. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, just we can't
Well,
use them
yes.
this year.
We just want to be explicit about that.
Understandable. Good point.
Because some people get very confused.
Oh yes.
We're voting.
Okay, so are we just moving down the list?
We could also put check marks next to the ones we've done.
Look like we're actually completing something today? Fabulous. I'm like, take
Options. It's okay. Just put options. It's okay.
No,
So
just move so the air's not hitting you.
So, can I offer a recommendation here on the student safety thing here? So, we were talking about the increased class sizes just with our situation and what we were dealing with this year, as far as, cuts and different things. I wondered if we could just as a group agree. It's a huge concern for all of us, and I don't have the answer to it either. And we're kind of in a situation where we don't know exactly where we are as far as all that. Can we just all okay, do the very, very best we can and address it as we go, and just know that if there's an issue with a specific teacher, they can talk to their admin and try to work it out in a given school. Just because I don't know what the answer is to this, because we don't really know for absolute certain what it's going to look like when we get to our classroom next year. And so I don't know. I mean, I understand the concern because it's everybody's concern. I just don't know if we can just talk about it or try to work through it if something comes up. That would be my recommendation, if we could just agree to that as a group. But unless you have some other recommendation, I really don't know what we can do, because we don't even know what we're going to be looking at for sure. I don't know. That's my recommendation.
Maybe also, and I don't know the admin side of this, so it could be a discussion, but maybe an option. And I apologize, Mr. Larson. I know he's not a huge fan of committees, but I think that there are different, not just by school to school, but I think it's important to communicate. Like, if we could put together a committee to talk about student safety, that would be great, because maybe something that East Minico is doing, we haven't thought about at West Minico. And so just having some sort of a communication with a group of people that would address student safety and how to come up with ideas, because different people, different constituents, I feel like, go to different trainings. They might read different books, so they might get some new ideas that a committee could discuss. I don't know.
Would that be appropriate under the safety committee?
I was going to say, we do have a safety committee already. Now, the focus has been different, such as the grants that we were writing this year, but it's easy enough to bring this issue to them, and now it's student safety, and that'll be the focus. But we do have a safety committee.
Maybe we could just get a representative from MCEA that could participate with the safety committee, and then some of those issues that come up with like student safety and also like class sizes or whatever could be discussed, and then it could come back to the schools that way too. I think that's a good idea.
Randy, can I add? Am I allowed to ask if Kaylee Hansen could speak? I know some of our schools did receive or are a part of the ITBS. And
Can you tell me what that acronym is?
Idaho Tiered Behavior Supports.
I'm thinking Iowa Test of Basic Skills.
Am I right? Are we okay if Kaylee could talk to that a little bit about what that's going to look like in June for, I don't think all schools, but many of our schools? Would that be okay?
for this part. I wasn't, but that's okay.
So 8 of our schools have been accepted into ITBS, which is Idaho Tiered Behavior Supports. It's Idaho SESTA's brand of PBIS. So they've taken PBIS, Idaho SESTA, and kind of developed this program training system to help schools implement school-wide systems to help with that, classroom management, positive culture piece. Now, before all of our district changes, it was set up to be more of a district system. With changes, there's a little bit of unknown on how that will work, but it is set up to be very much like a coaching piece, meeting as a team, developing systems within our buildings, and then those 8 school teams are doing training for a whole week in June.
Which schools does it include?
All the elementaries, East, West, and Mount Harrison.
Can I just add, Minico is already a PBIS school.
And we're planning on being part of continuing with this, just not formally a part of the program. Okay.
So I just think that maybe there could be some opportunities for more discussion after our teams go to that training in Twin Falls here in a couple of weeks, that maybe we could really bring back, what are we doing, and work as a committee just through that ITBS, which would also go hand in hand with safety. So it could be looked at in 2 different ways, but just an idea.
So do we need to have an option added up that an MCEA representative would be part of the school safety committee?
Are you talking the school safety committee or the district
Whatever
safety
one they were
committee?
talking about.
They-
I don't know. I'm not.
So Mr. Larson was talking about the district safety committee.
An option could maybe be student behavior or student/staff safety is a line item on safety agendas. I don't know that that is typically a topic of discussion in the school safety meeting. So that could be. So that there is opportunity for people to talk about the behaviors and student and staff safety within the buildings. I mean, I don't want to dictate how many times that team's going to meet, but when they do, that student and staff safety is a line item on the agenda.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Okay. Lori. Cottman's with a C, right? Okay.
I have like a concern, I guess, maybe that goes along with this. So we've always, I feel like we're always trying to come up with ways for behavior. I guess it could be safety, lots of different things. I think we're finding it hard. Maybe we're not being able to implement them or being successful at them. I guess maybe that's a concern for us. And I guess maybe it's different at different grade levels or different.
How about we just put A, B, and C as a combination and go from there?
So then, how many of you like it? There you go.
I have an option. A minimum of the day of contracted Fridays be dedicated to teacher work time and planning and preparation.
Okay. Minimum
Of the day or
of the day
of contracted Fridays
of contracted Fridays of contracted Fridays
be dedicated to teacher work time and planning and preparation.
Can you explain to me what you mean by minimum of the day?
10 minutes.
Yeah. I sometimes we end up spending majority of our day in meetings with just the little with a little bit of time in our classrooms. I'd like to see maybe that flip.
So maybe half a day? Are you
I
thinking
think
half a
she's
day?
trying
Yes, yes, yes,
either
yes.
half or a
Yes,
majority
yes,
of the
yeah,
day
yeah,
for
yeah,
that.
Okay,
exactly.
so
Sorry.
minimum, someone do half.
Yeah, you don't really mean minimum.
No, sorry. Minimum.
Minimum. Half you want maximum. Half. Minimum day. Half day.
Okay, Brandy, help me out. Minimum half day, HALF,
Yes.
not minimum of the day.
Minimum.
Half day, 0.5, 5/10 of the day.
50%. Is that all right?
I can.
not read that for me.
We're just gonna assume it says half day.
Yeah.
Can I add an option? Option B, up to 60-minute staff meeting. One Friday a month.
One per month? Is that what you're asking?
Up to so does the staff meeting include so those of us that are in school-wide improvement, because I know that the whole SWIP process, we spent a lot of time this year on the SWIP process. So does that include the SWIP stuff for those of us that are in school-wide improvement?
You want me to clarify that?
Or anyone?
I probably would say no. I just want to be able to have a staff meeting.
Yes.
Mine typically never go an hour because I don't love long meetings. But up to 60 minutes, so up to an hour could be designated on a Friday each month to allow for everybody to come together for a staff meeting. That's all that option is requesting. So I guess maybe in your building, I don't know what the SWIP would look like, if that would be above and beyond a staff meeting or who is involved in those meetings. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
And the reason I'm asking is I'm just speaking from our school. Our Fridays, we had an agenda that there were meetings scheduled until 2 or 2:30 every single Friday. We got off last Friday, we didn't have meetings, and November 10th, we didn't have meetings. But every Friday, we had meetings scheduled on the agenda up to 2 o'clock or 2:30 because we were in SWIP. So I just needed clarification on that. Maybe Greg, he knows more about that back channel stuff than I do. I'm just speaking from our school.
All Fridays we did our meetings outside of that for our school improvement. We're outside of Fridays.
So I think so are ours for our building leadership, like building leadership.
Yeah. So like
Yeah, they met outside, but
okay.
In addition.
Yes. I guess my initial thought on that is I hear you. Like we have one more year of that, but I guess I would agree with Heather. Like a lot of the times our staff meetings on Fridays need to be focused on other things other than, at least that's the way we approach it. Like we have to talk about other things besides school improvement. As much as people love to talk about school improvement, we need to talk about other things as well. So I envision like the staff meeting once a month being outside of that. But I don't know how we remedy the multiple millions of hours that we do outside of that, other than the situation we're in. And I guess in addition to that, Brandy, I don't know, like that team is compensated through stipend too, right? So yes.
I'm not compensated through stipend, and I still have to sit through meetings. No, but our staff overall has to go to meetings till 2 or 2:30 every Friday. Either department meetings, team meetings, grade level meetings, some sort of meeting is on the agenda until 2 or 2:30 every Friday.
Can I ask? Can I just mention a couple of things? We definitely understand the conversation about teachers having time to work in their classroom and prep and plan. Totally get it. One of the things that's difficult for us as a district and also a school is to, like, if we try to bring in quality professional development opportunities, and some of them are mandatory things that the state requires of us. But when we do that, sometimes we run into a challenge where it's a possibly a full day thing going on, depending whether it's a district day or, so I know this is kind of it's always a discussion, the Fridays or the professional development time, but all of us, it's so important for us to be flexible in a way, because I don't know if you're asking like every single Friday that we're off, that we have half of the day to do work day. And I know at Minico, every school does it differently. Like Greg's school is different than West Minico, and Minico does it a certain way. And we try to give our teachers time to do things, and I'm sure every other school does the same thing. So I guess my concern as an administrator planning for professional development and district professional development is the fact that sometimes the professional development needs to be a full day. Of course, you have a break in between, but you know, you limit yourself if you're bringing an expensive somebody in to do something, and you can't do a full day training if you need to. And that doesn't happen very often, of course, but it limits us if we are just that's my thought process when I think, oh, minimum of, you know, half a day has to be in the classroom type of thing. So that's just my comment on it.
I have a comment to that. Oh, sorry.
Go for it. I was just going to ask a question. Is there a number of professional developments that are required per year? I'm just wondering.
That would probably depend. Or you're asking if there's required ones like Lori was talking about, or is there so much professional development we're required to provide?
Can you explain all of those to us?
Yeah, so there is not, there's nothing that says you must provide so much professional development. However, there are specific things that we are required to provide professional development on. So like this year, dyslexia was a big one that we had to, like that was a state requirement. Things change and there could be different things. Sometimes there's been some sped situations where then things that happened required that a whole school or certain groups of people had to receive training, or your school improvement. There are certain things that are required because of that. So I think it's hard to say that it's a very consistent thing that are required. Sometimes we try to make decisions as a district if there's something like trauma this year was one that everybody did. A whole district-wide one isn't typical. Sometimes elementary will all do something because if you're bringing somebody in, they're not cheap typically, and you want to get as much out of that as you can. We on the calendar we can put so much of our time is marked 22 hours we get a count as professional development, but as far as the days we do on Friday, that's up to the district. Like that equates to your contracting time.
Not just the hours of professional development, but those 22 hours count in our instructional hours.
So there's not a real cut, clear answer on professional development.
And that's what I was going to add, because even beyond that, they have certain Fridays that are set aside for people from buildings to go even to district and meet, and they have to be able to have time to like learn about just the RTI process or some of those meetings that they have to have. And so I think it would be very difficult for us to be able to even say that we could promise you a half a day for planning, because some of those other positions have to come and participate in meetings, and we don't, in fact, they're oftentimes overlapped. And so as admin, we are not even able to go to all the meetings those days. That would be my concern.
And when we went to out on Fridays, we did say the second Friday, we said to schools, the second Friday in the afternoon, principals were not allowed to plan anything for their entire school in that time. So that those district things that had to happen, we had RTI safety happened at one point during that time. Any of those district-wide committees that they happened during that time, because you're working later in the day now, and those used to happen after school time. So we reserve that time. So if there's somebody that is serving on committees, they will feel like they're not getting that, as opposed to a teacher that isn't. They should be getting that time.
Would it be safe to say that given our financial situation, we probably won't be bringing anybody in this year that's going to charge a lot of money?
Well, I mean, all the budgeted items are being looked at. Regarding our PD monies, yes, unused monies can be put into the general fund, but we still have to report to the state on how we use those. So the majority of our PD money should be used on PD.
I would like to add an option. I may need help with the wording here. So allow flexibility for special circumstances. But maybe not right. I don't make, help me with the wording.
You need to talk before she writes.
Allow flexibility for special circumstances, but it's communicated in a timely manner with the MCEA and district. I don't know. And communicated to district staff.
Maybe you should make that a separate. Maybe make that a separate.
Okay, maybe it's, never mind. Just stop right there, and then we'll make that one a separate one.
So maybe like could be clear communication, and then somehow put your timely like you want it. You don't want to be told on Thursday that is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Where possible.
Within a reasonable time.
But reasonable subjective.
Yes, we need to have that. But I so can I just speak to the PDPs how we've kind of done it? Really, I've asked and overseen those funds that your administrator plan it at least. I mean, one year I asked to have December planned. Does that always happen? Not necessarily, and there's going to be things that change. But maybe asking that there is kind of a timeline of a plan of what that professional development or what those Fridays will look like, maybe in 2 chunks, first half of the year, second half of the year.
And maybe there's maybe what the district is looking at for professional development is maybe bringing people in or those like trauma training, things like that. But to us, professional development also includes meetings, any time that we don't have in our classroom to work and plan and prepare. That's what we view PD as being. Anything that we don't have control over with the schedule. Does that make sense? I don't know how to word this. I'm just saying we need flexibility. I don't want us to get locked into, and so there needs to be special circumstances flexibility, but some kind of communication. I don't know. Sorry.
Maybe an option on your communication could be clear communication regarding Friday PD days. Like what the schedule or what the day looks like. Whether it's you have a staff meeting or there is like an hour or 2 of professional development, then there's some time.
But is that going to get into, well, I've communicated that we have all these meetings on Friday, and so
Well, I think that that's when you join the options into combinations.
Okay, fabulous. I'll stop talking. Let Ashley.
I think I would prefer that it is its own option, the communication. And maybe we just need to leave clear communication and not try to make it too complicated. Clear communication regarding Fridays. Clear, timely communication. I would put for Fridays. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Sure. I think one thing that could be put up there, which should have been happening, is the Friday before parent teacher conference that we'd asked administrators that half Friday, the Friday before parent teacher conference, that we did not do district meetings or anything that time so that you could prepare for parent teacher conference.
So just a work day only,
What? For half a day.
or have to, right?
Well, we just, so I don't, yeah, I let's put Friday before parent teacher conference.
Well, most of them. Now, aren't the days on the calendar listed like specifically, like it's
It's a
workday
PDA,
or
yeah.
professional
Yep.
development or whatever listed the way?
So,
Isn't it listed that way?
yes, but this was a couple years ago. They wanted to make sure they got time to prepare for parent teacher conference. And we canceled district level meetings the Friday before in the afternoon so that teachers would have that time to prepare for parent teacher conference. Fridays before parent teacher conference, half day to prepare for parent teacher conference.
I know all admin knew this.
Can I ask a clarifying question? How many schools does MCA believe this is not already happening? Like, is it multiple schools? Do you hear from lots of people? Okay, thank you.
Well, I think that's a hard thing, and like we said, timely is subjective, but I don't know how else to state that. So
A week notice unless an emergency.
By the Monday.
I think that needs to flow both ways. Also, if DSC has something that they're going to do, the principals know pretty far in advance, so they don't pick the same topic.
And that's kind of why also like we dedicated time to do district things to try and not, because coordinating with can be tricky. Mm-hmm. Yes. I have a suggestion that we think about this during lunch. And maybe we could gather some data like on our end of maybe what our principals are doing and what's happening so that we sitting up here know.
I second it.
I think we're agreeing 12:30 would be fine, 45 minutes. Are we starting? I have an option. No, because I'm going to give you another option. Okay, this might. Yeah, I checked it. We're good. This might take a minute to get out. Okay, Abby. Okay, that's probably a good idea. Okay, so I know a few years ago, professional development came up as a concern also. And for admin, we had created a professional development guidelines for the district. And I believe that I also then sent that out to staff at that time. I think the question then was regarding if somebody wanted to be able to go to something. And so I think I sent that out to all staff so that there was clarity of kind of how professional development was working. So my option would be that the MCSD, Minidoka County School District.
The school district.
It's okay, you put MSD. Just put a D now, we're good. PD guidelines. Okay, now let me just, don't write anything for a minute. That this document would be updated with a guideline for what the Friday would look like. So that there would be possibly, don't write yet, these are just like possiblies. Like there could be a staff meeting, there could be this, there would be time for, now I don't know if it's written up there, and it was like Nicole said, like collaboration or planning, those things, there would be time reserved for that. That becomes part of this PD guidelines document. So all administrators would have that to guide them in planning for the Friday. Does that make sense? That then that
up here.
yeah, TV's on still. So I don't have in here what the timeline would look like, but I have the document. And then that would be given to administrators so they have that guide, but then the whole guideline documents could be sent to all staff so that they know a little bit on the transparency and clarity of what administrators are being asked to, how to schedule and what that day would look like. Write that, Abby. To include Friday. Yeah.
Contracted Friday.
So this is what the document currently is. It's fairly simple what PD is, how the money is spent. We've put some guidelines for how much can be spent on different things out of that, how the funds are allocated, and then I know the staff request part is we added after negotiations in the last 5 years, sometime in there. So then could maybe just be added after that. Whether it's a visual or paragraph or recommendations for Friday. Like for how the Friday is structured. I don't know.
Guidelines should include Friday, how Fridays should be structured. To include how Fridays should be structured. Would that look okay?
Do you want me to, I can move it. Do you want me to move it? And then I would maybe an additional option that is sent to all staff. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yep.
Can I ask a question just to be financially sound? Is there going to be much wiggle room for travel for PD this year? I'm guessing probably not because of our financial situation, but I just thought I'd ask while we're at the table.
Well, we're still going to have our PD money from the state. And then there's still some in federal programs that we could have access to. I know Ellen is working on that budget. I don't know how much for travel. Really, we'll just need to create a PD. Well, the PD guidelines, if that's what we're following, and just follow that. And if it means there's travel, there's travel. But once those funds are gone, that's it. What did we get this year? It was like 80,000.
I believe it was 120,000.
Okay.
172.
So does PD travel include, like, instead of sending just a really small group of individuals to a conference, maybe bringing
It could.
a keynote speaker in to address more than just a handful of, does that include that?
It could.
So
Yeah.
more could benefit from it?
Okay, so there little clarification on that's with so there is some specific PD money that is for dyslexia only, and that's included in Daryl's amount. And it was about 40-ish thousand, not quite 40, but yeah. And that will come next year also.
Can you reread those for us again, please? All of them, please.
Contracted Fridays, A, minimum half day. Abby, what am I doing wrong? Oh, jeez. Okay. Contracted days, minimum half day of the day of contracted Fridays be dedicated to teacher work time and planning prep. B, up to 60 minutes staff meeting, 1 per month. C, allow flexibility for special circumstances and that be communicated. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays. E, Fridays before parent-teacher conference, half day for preparation. And G, Minidoka School District professional development guidelines to include how Fridays are structured and sent to all staff.
Combination or a comment?
Before we go to combinations, on D, where it says clear, timely communication for Fridays, I guess that could be interpreted in lots of ways. Could it be clear, timely communication for Fridays 1 week prior?
That was mine. So I would actually say a month. So if you knew at the beginning of the month, would I feel like that maybe is a little more ahead than just knowing the week before. And then if there were changes, maybe it would need to be a week before. But I put the calendar up there just so you could see I mean, sometimes there's just not a lot of Fridays even happening. Yeah. So month, maybe we could say really the idea that you would know at the beginning of the month what those Fridays would look like. Yeah. Communication of Fridays at the beginning of the month.
I'd like to propose D, E, and F. And F.
Combinations?
I have a combination. A, B, C, D, E, F.
Can I ask for clarification? So when this gets voted and finalized, it will be in the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
I would think that would need to be an option put up there. In past, when you wanted something in the agreement, like I remember that was an option. So like you would need a G that says in.
For putting it in the CBA? Is that what we're asking?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so tell me how you want me to word it. To put, to have it in the CBA.
To be included in the CBA.
Be included in the CBA. Okay.
Yes. Because it does tie back to salaries and benefits for teachers. And the way that it ties back is because it's clear communication on how we are spending our time, our contracted Fridays, so that we know and administrators know, and it's clear. And it seems like all parties involved, everyone involved, if it's in the CBA, is going to follow it precisely because it's clear and concise where everyone can find it.
Just wanted to point out, as you mentioned, salaries and benefits. I mean, because that's what has to be negotiated, and benefits have been determined to mean health insurance. So it's salaries and those benefits, not some of this extra stuff. And just for clarification.
Can I ask Nicole you a clarifying question for option A? Is that so half of the day would be a teacher work day and the teacher determines what that looks like, or is it scheduled time that planning and collaborating, like who determines what half of that day looks like?
Well, I would like it to be in my classroom preparing, organizing, lesson planning, that type of thing. Not with other teachers, like an uninterrupted time.
Okay, so at the elementary level, if grade levels were asked to do collaboration and work together on planning for the next week, that would not be okay to happen during that half date time. As for your option up there, I just want to make sure I understand it.
I guess I've never done the grade school to know if that is a good thing to do at that time. So I guess I can't clarify.
Okay.
So then at the secondary, if you were maybe asked to meet with your content area, would that be like, yeah, I'm okay with that being with that part of time, or no?
No.
Because to some extent, I see that like in your elementary and secondary world, those are kind of the same thing.
I guess kind of what I see is when we end up doing collaboration, it ends up being a lot of talking and misuse of our time when we could be doing something in our room that would maybe benefit my students more. I don't know.
So what I'm hearing more is you're asking alone in my room, kind of. determined by you. I said alone in like determined by the individual. Maybe would be a way to put it.
Can we caucus?
So my husband had total rotator cuff surgery 2 weeks ago.
They say that's one of the worst kind to have.
Well, and his was a complete tear. There wasn't just a little tear. So yeah, it was complicated, and they had to put extra anchors. They called them. I called them screws. They look like screws to me. And yeah.
Does he have to sleep in a recliner?
Well, he did. He's been sleeping in the bed the last 2 nights. I would say it's more uncomfortable for me because it's his left arm, and I sleep on this side, and so then I'm bumping into his arm and hitting his shoulder, and yeah. I told him, I says, we need to change sides. He said, really? We've slept this way for 48 years. I don't think I can sleep on that side of the bed. I'm going, okay, well, maybe I'll just go in the other room and sleep.
Yeah, they're saying I'm eventually going to have one because it goes.
Does it? Yeah.
And it's like, not for a long time yet. And it's my right arm, and I'm so right-handed.
Yeah. See, and Bob is too. And so they told him the other day when we went, he said, well, he says, you've got at least 4 more weeks in the sling. And he says, there's absolutely no movement. You know, he says, then when you come back in 4 weeks, we'll take a picture of it and see if it's healed enough that you can start PT on a limited basis.
It should be opposite as we get older. We should be getting better.
I
Everything
know.
should be looped better.
So then he says, Tina, why did I go and do this now? And I says, because you couldn't do anything before.
Turn
So,
your mic off.
huh?
Turn your mic off.
Oh, gee.
Are we done with combinations?
I would like to add on to my number 2 combination, G.
Okay, so I guess when I was mentioning that, like this ties to salaries and benefits, not, I guess I need to clarify because in our master agreement, it does have a section, Article 4, Section F, talks about professional development day. And it says teacher professional development days are scheduled in the work calendar to provide opportunities for administrators to address professional development needs of their staff. These days may be used for teachers to attend district and building scheduled workshops and activities. Other activities that could be scheduled are collaboration meetings to discuss student data, school visitations, and longer staff meetings. And then in parentheses it says occasionally. So what we're asking for is just specifics to that section of the collective bargaining agreement.
I have a question on that. So that was probably written before we went to a 4-day week when you would have had a staff meeting before school probably or after school. And maybe that's why it says occasionally long. And now we've moved those meetings to Fridays for the most part. Just a wondering.
Are we ready to vote?
Actually, can we vote on that one and then can you read that one?
So, Fridays are, a contracted day, which is part of our salary. And I think it needs to be something that is included in the CBA. DEF is just maybe some guidelines and doesn't give us a real clear, I don't know what the word is. I don't know, picture of it. Yeah.
When we start talking now, can they hear? I really don't want to keep talking. They can hear now?
Hear me now.
Like I could call out the person. So like if somebody doesn't turn their microphone on, they're not going to hear at home, or they may hear murmuring, muffled sound. There's another. Do you guys want another microphone? No. There's one more in here. Okay, so we'll just keep.
Can't hear when Abby talks.
Okay, yes, because Abby didn't have them right here. Heather's trying to keep the microphone going for these two over here. And okay.
Would you like me to repeat the options for which one? D, E, and F? I'm trying. Yes. Okay. Um, okay, I need clarification. Am I on option or combination one? Okay. All right. D is clear, timely communication for Fridays at beginning of the month. E, Fridays before parent-teacher conference. Half days for preparation. F, Minidoka School District professional development guidelines to include how Fridays are structured and sent to all staff. Okay. Okay. Combination number 2, A, minimum, which would be a half day of contracted Fridays be dedicated to teacher work time and planning preparation. Mine's Diane. Thank you. B, up to 60 minutes staff meeting, 1 per month. C, allow flexibility for special circumstances and be communicated. D, clear, timely communication for Fridays at beginning of the month. E, Fridays before parent-teacher conference, half day for preparation. F, Minidoka School District professional development guidelines to include how Fridays are structured and sent to all staff. G, be included in our CBA.
You have to make us tell why, Tina. You have to make us tell why we voted it down.
No, I'm actually going to take this one. I guess the big reason we voted it down, there's some administration changes happening for next year. We feel a lot of these issues will be taken care of just with that. If by chance there aren't, we'll work with the MCEA, get reasons, but we also feel there's just some more information that needs to be gathered, so that can be done this next year with the new administration in place.
Okay, so then do we have some other options and combinations that you'd like to put up there? Do you have a new option you'd like to put up there? Would you like to table this? Would you like to go back to caucus? Would you like to go home today?
Can we caucus?
Yes. I would like to add another option. Oh, wait a minute, never mind.
I haven't said much in this discussion because I wasn't quite sure what to say. But I think that what I want to say is that I have been very fortunate in that my principal actually is doing all of those things that we have on that list. And she's done them since she became principal. It's been every single Friday we get an agenda. Everything is timed, and it's been really great because we can count on that. We can count on her organization and getting through things quickly without much wasted time. And it just would be really nice if my colleagues at all the other schools could count on having that same level of consideration, because it's been extremely helpful to us. And I don't think I've had to complain about a faculty meeting on a Friday. How many years have you been principal, Kim? For 5 years at least. So I think that I think there's a lot to be said for that, just because we kind of, she's got things going like clockwork, and we can count on things being a certain way, and that's really comforting when so many things, not just within the school district, but really within world society, are up in the air all the time. It's nice to have things and people that you can kind of count on. And another thing that I really appreciate is that we do, on those Fridays, we do have time to work on our own on things. And so if you're the only person teaching a class, you have time to, prepare new and different things. I just was reading a study out of Florida, and I can't remember which university it was, but this last year they did a K through 12 study, and what they found was that the more autonomy teachers are given, the higher student test scores go. And that's because you're addressing the activities of your classroom to the students in that classroom. If I have 3 or 4 preps that are the same, I still do lesson plans for each of those classes, because they're going to move at a different speed. They're going to understand things differently. That's just the way it is. They're different kids. They're not little widgets. So I just kind of wanted to throw out there that it actually does work, and people do like it. And I think it would be, a good plan.
Do you have an option you want to put out in mind?
I think Nicole has the wording for that.
A new option or a new option?
May I just speak?
Yes,
May
please.
I speak to what I'm going to back Mrs. Opelt on that one? At my school, same thing. We pretty much know what's going on. We have an agenda, but it's usually if we have meetings or we have things that we need to do as a school or team leader meetings, those are done in the morning. We have our afternoons. We do have that freedom to work in our rooms and have that autonomy. So I want to second that.
Now it's my turn. I would like to add option H. and add to CBA an MOU that MCEA CBA MOU and MOU that MCEA, this is as bad as the military with their acronyms, will gather data, and then next year we can look at it and revisit the topic in CBA, whether we need to take it out or leave it in if it works.
I have a question. Is an MOU typically put in the master agreement? I thought it's just an MOU, like.
We've always put them right at the end, like as an appendix. Okay, so option H says add to CBA and MOU. That's a memorandum of understanding that the MCEA will gather data to review for next year. Is that correct?
Clarify here. I don't think an MOU is appropriate. I'm going to have an option that would be similar, but you're going to need a piece of paper.
Okay,
Yeah. An agreement that I have to think this through in my brain now. That data will be collected regarding the use of Friday PD days.
Tell me that last part. The use. Okay.
The use of PD days. It's fine to say PD days, I think. PD days.
Professional development.
Yeah. By. Yeah, so what I'm going to suggest is that whoever's overseeing PD collects the data. And then is reviewed with Mr. Larson and the MCEA. So I don't like
data collector.
I think it needs to be the person that is overseeing professional development in the district.
So that would be Ellen.
Potentially, like
I mean, I don't. Sorry.
Oh, we could say by the superintendent or designee.
By a designee.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Designee.
IGNEE.
Yes.
Yep. And reviewed with superintendent and MCEA.
And reviewed
with
by MCEA.
Yeah. and superintendent. And I would actually suggest that that's done at least by December. So collecting that on the PD that occurs early in there, so we don't go a whole year if the problem continues before it's discussed.
So, point of clarification on this.
Okay.
Are you suggesting it be added to the CBA, or
No.
this is just an agreement?
Just an agreement. So I guess we could take out an agreement, say data will be collected. I can't read that for you.
How do we spell superintendent, you guys?
Just put super.
You're good.
She wants to take out an agreement.
Yeah, take out an agreement. Just say data will be collected.
Top line. Okay. Start with data and erase the first two. Yeah. There you go. I was stuck on superintendent, you guys. Okay. Anyway.
No later than December.
No later than
December.
December. Gotcha.
Could I get a clarification from Mr. Larson, please? What is your reasoning for not wanting to put this in the master agreement?
Well, as I said earlier, with some of the changes, I think these issues are going to be taken care of. The concerns that you have. Of course, we won't know that until data is collected.
I think part of it is we want to make sure that there's still that flexibleness for things that come up.
So do we feel comfortable trying or voting, or where do you guys want to go now?
So I guess I just want to speak. We understand there's going to be admin changes and it's going to be a new year. But at the same time, we also, with the financial situation that we're in, we feel like having some extreme clarification in the master agreement about and giving our staff some autonomy and some reassurance, because right now there's a lot of it's tough. All staff are wondering what's going on. The staff that have been cut are just, it's life changing for them. So this is just a way, without bringing money into the picture, a way to offer some autonomy and some appreciation back to the staff, to let them know that their time to work in their classroom and have that autonomy as a professional is extremely valuable to the district.
So do we have some options that we'd like to put up there now at this time?
I'll give a combination I think that's what she meant to say was combinations.
Which one do you want, Ashley?
I
Just by itself? Brandy, do you have one?
Like a 5-minute caucus.
combination?
I'm up because I'm the oldest person in the room. Heck, I may be the oldest person in Rupert. I don't know. I know I'm speaking for more than just myself when I say we're all exhausted because it's the end of the school year. The elementary people are working on sports day things. The middle school people, I mean, think of middle schoolers. That's enough. The high school people, we've got kids going every direction. I never know what state tournament we're on because so many kids are gone. We would like to table this to a later date, perhaps our next meeting, and just go ahead and set up a date for our next meeting. Probably not next week when everyone's going to be crazy and when there are all the graduations and different things, but perhaps after Memorial Day when we've all had time to get a good night's rest and come back not feeling my age. So that's our proposal.
Week we will be in that training. It starts in June, first week of June.
So are you guys proposing that we be done for today or just table
Yes.
this and
Yes.
be done for today? Okay. So do we need to
done and done in?
do we need to set up the next meeting, or what do we need to do then?
Make a motion first. You want to make a motion?
Make a motion that we table the rest of
And in today.
I have a question. Like, you want to pick this back up when we come back on that day, or you're tabling this for?
We are tabling this until our next meeting, and this will be our first thing that we come back to in our next negotiation meeting.
So it's called PD Days. What do you guys want me to title it? So PD Days?
Contracted Fridays.
Just Contracted Fridays?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to submit a budget of
28, 29.
so I have to put in the paper June 1st, so budget meeting June 15th and 30th, it has to be the state. I can submit a $900,000 budget to the state.
What was that date, Daryl?
Which one? So we've got to have budgets. Budgets have to be submitted in the paper for public thing, June 1st, because it's got to be 2 weeks before our budget hearing meeting, which is, what is the board meeting in June? The 15th, 13th? Yeah, 17th. And then everything has to be submitted to the state by the 30th.
So what's everyone's availability that week of Memorial Day?
May I make a motion? Okay, I make a motion that we table what we're doing with contracted Fridays and adjourn, and the next meeting for negotiations be May 29th.
Daryl, does that give you enough time if we come back to 29?
It's the Wednesday.
Good, if you're just gonna take it and submit it to the paper, what's the turnaround on the paper?
I'm not at the table, so that's Diane's.
What time is it going to be? The same time or what?
There's a budget and levy training.
On the 29th? There's a what?
Budget and levy, or yeah, budget and levy training workshop at 20.
Okay, so we just need to. You just make let's just make a motion for that we're gonna contract with that, we're gonna table this item, okay, first. Then we'll make a motion
You should have started with
to
salary
accept the date
benefits.
and
Probably.
adjourn. How's that?
If we were just to table this item and move on, like to salaries and benefits, at least that we could get to Daryl's portion.
Yeah.
Why don't you do that? Why don't you try and get through salary and benefits today and come back to this?
We could go find chocolate, caffeine, whatever you need. Popcorn.
It has to be this way.
Strong black good coffee. That's what I need.
I'm just worried that if we're having a tough time on something that doesn't involve money, how hard of a time are we going to have when it comes to money?
Well,
What money?
I was going to say, well,
I would like to presume positive intentions,
go.
and for us to really work on the hard stuff, then we
That's
could come
right.
back to the easier, presumed easier things. But honestly,
Maybe we could start with benefits because we have recommendation by insurance. I mean, don't we? We could talk about that to start with. I don't know.
can we caucus?
Can somebody set a timer, please?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
I would like some maybe clarification. So what happens if this presented budget is submitted on May 30th?
It has to be by June 30th. If we present it this way in the paper, there's no issue on that end that I know of. Sending it to the state. The one issue that I can see sending it to the state is we're supposed to be running with a zero-based budget or zero balance budget, you know, and sending it to the state as a deficit. I don't know whether we'll have kickback saying, hey, this doesn't work. So those are the parts I don't know being in first year.
Is it possible to submit an amended budget after negotiations close if we don't settle?
So ideally, every year you'll have your initial budget that is presented, approved, and you start running with that. And throughout the year, you're going to have amendments no matter what, and then you'll have a finalized budget at the end of the year as well. So for this set, we would have a finalized budget from last year that would be approved and submitted with whatever amendments happened, most likely showing the increases of revenue and expenses this last year. And then we'd have to send ours, but then we would be able to do an amended budget later. My biggest concern is really just that first submission of, hey, does this even pass or fly?
A concern that the district has, tough decisions have already been made concerning staffing, and depending on what happens with the budget, more cuts may have to be made, or a RIF may have to be instituted. And to be fair to current employees, they should find out, well, already, but sooner rather than later.
It's my understanding that today that if we have the discussion and we make some decisions, that you guys would be part of the decision making and we can move forward from that. But if we don't make the decisions now, that some of those are going to be forced on us a little bit further too. I believe the board's going to be meeting to make some decisions as well.
On moving forward to discuss budget and benefits, or where are we at? We can't just sit here and stare at each other.
I guess I would say that I think that we as a district would like to attempt to start working through it. That we feel very strongly like there have already been cuts, and if there need to be more, those people deserve to know soon. And I guess we're willing to give it a shot and see. And maybe that's an agreement we could have. Like, if we really feel like we're getting nowhere in an hour and a half, that we say we're not, like, we really need to stop. But waiting another almost 2 weeks, week and a half, feels very, weighs really heavy on us.
Maybe we could just talk about the benefit piece, because I think everybody is somewhat aware of benefits, and we can maybe start there. I don't know. Was somebody at this table on the benefits committee? Mr. Larson, were you on there? So, I don't know. That'd be a start, maybe.
So, thumbs up to discuss benefits.
Did you have
down?
something you wanted to say, Nicole?
Nicole, did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to ask for a caucus.
Okay.
ideas?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn and come back Tuesday at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Just a second. And come Tuesday. Which Tuesday? Is that
Next Tuesday.
8 o'clock in the morning? What day is that? Who are we going to have watch our classes?
Yeah.
I can't be here.
Okay, I'll take that motion off.
That's substitute.
I know.
I could be here Tuesday after probably 4:30, but I believe Mount Harrison graduation is Tuesday night.
I propose that we just set a time limit at 5 o'clock and see how much we can push through for 2 more hours. And at 5 o'clock, call it good and reconvene sometime next week.
We have two proposals. Have we discussed the first proposal before the second proposal?
You made a motion.
Or a motion, yeah.
I will withdraw that motion.
Okay.
You withdrew it?
Discussion on the second motion, you guys.
Which was?
Going forward till 5 o'clock today.
Is that a motion you're going to make, Heather?
Is that a proposal motion? And how do you want me to say this? I'm just trying to move us forward.
I do a motion because then they have to vote.
Yeah, okay. I think you should. Yeah.
So do you want me to restate that? I'm just going to put a motion made by you, okay? And now you have to vote. You'll have to call for it.
Can we call for a vote then? Thumbs up. You can live with it, or thumbs down. You can't. So
The motion is to set a time limit to 5 o'clock and push through to see how much we can get done and reconvene sometime next week. That is the motion made.
okay, it looks like we're here till 5. Okay.
Okay.
So if we could limit our caucus times and set a time limit on those, okay, so that we can get through as much as you guys would like to get through tonight. Okay. What is your first item then that you want to discuss? Is it benefits?
Okay. We need to, are they going to table this item?
Yes.
Okay, please make a motion to table that item.
I make a motion to table the item, the option for contracted Fridays
Until next meeting?
until the next negotiations meeting.
Everybody needs to vote.
Need to vote on that to table the contracted Fridays. We'll have to come back to it. You can live with it, vote it down.
Were they all okay?
Okay, we're all okay, Carrie?
Okay.
So, this is 5%, right?
Mm-hmm.
And while she does that, I would like to clarify and ask and just get some clarification. So we are at a $957,000 deficit, correct? Or whatever, that's where we're at right now. So we haven't balanced it to zero. We're still in the deficit.
And does that include the 25, just a second, that $957,000 deficit, that includes the 25 certified cuts and the 24 classified cuts from yesterday's meeting, correct?
I motion that we move on to insurance.
A second.
You have to vote, the motion's being seconded.
Can we ask for information before options? Can we do that? So the insurance information that Daryl sent out on Wednesday. Was that only 2 days ago? So the information that Daryl sent out on Wednesday, that was the insurance committee's recommendation. Was that correct?
Yes, so what was submitted in that bottom half of that email, all those charts and everything was the recommendation.
So clarification on that. The numbers that were in the state column for medical and vision, where did those numbers come from?
Is this the state column where it was the differences?
Like we have the Idaho School Board Trust column. So we have that column. That's our current, correct?
That is the current, yes.
And then the state, so the Idaho School Board Trust medical and vision would cost the district $988.97 per employee.
Correct.
The dental is $45.99.
Correct.
The state would cost the district $1,177.46, and the dental $14.50.
That's correct. The state has two payment options. Either you pay for the people that accept insurance, or you pay for the whole staffing. The whole staffing is a cheaper model. It's like about $100 cheaper. It's let me find that number for you. It is $1,068.82 if you pay for all staff eligible for benefits. Otherwise, you pay the $1,177.46 for the staff that actually take the benefit. We have a large portion of our staff that currently waive their benefits, waive the insurance, and use their spouse's insurance or some other option that way. So we would have a lot higher benefit cost if we did the whole staff.
Okay, so we have one number says the current enrolled employees is 424.
Okay.
And then the chart below it says the estimated increased enrolled employees. If we're making all of those cuts, how does that number jump 61 staff?
So currently we have 500 some odd employees in the district. Even with reductions, we would still have about that many staff. The increase is the staff that choose to then join us on our insurance. There are multiple staff who don't take insurance through us for their families because the family plan is so high or something along those lines. They go with their staff or their spouse's insurance. They waive. When we move to, or if we would move to a state, that makes that much more affordable. You would have multiple staff that may or may not decide to jump on our insurance, which then we have to plan for some sort of increase. So this was our best estimate of about how many we think might join based off of what some of the other districts are doing when they were looking at state insurance too. They were doing rough estimates. We followed CASH's model as far as how many they thought would kind of increase into this area.
So if that number increases, then why does this district contribution to the state not drop down to the $1,068.82?
Because that's still not all of our staff. It's just the increase of staff that would then choose to take our insurance. If we decided to go with all staff, we could still be at a higher number, closer to 400. I don't even have a solid number on that, but it could be a little higher than 485. If I can add for some clarification, that first section there really was submitted to the committee after they decided that they wanted to go state insurance route. And we had run with the figures that the state had first given us as an estimate number. When the beginning of this year, the state had said, hey, the estimated cost per employee per year is going to be about $13,000. When we came back through and did our numbers that evening after saying, hey, let's go to the state and see how much it would go, get everybody to do a survey, see what the staff feels like. We were crunching the numbers, and it showed that it was $14,000 instead of $13,000, which gave us a huge difference. We were in the committee talking somewhere around $300,000 difference of, hey, maybe there's a chance that staff would want to sacrifice part of their salary or something to appease that, to cover that difference and move to the state plan. When that amount changed from $300,000 to roughly $900,000, the insurance committee said, yeah, that's not feasible.
So you said there's, to get the 1,068.82, we would have to have all staff on board?
All eligible staff, anybody over 30 hours a week would have to be paid for whether they use our insurance or not.
And how many is that again?
I don't have a solid number. I can look that up though if you'd like.
So what was the committee's recommendation from the insurance committee?
Their recommendation was to stick with our current plan. And then there was some increase because rates went up, and it would be to have employees pay that increase. And Daryl, I don't have those amounts.
So the increases as stated in that email, it'd be when we start breaking them down to the employee only, the employee spouse, employee child, the employee portions. So in the PPO option at an employee only, it'd be $1.32 is what a staff would have to pay for just them. On the family plan, it'd be $1,005 to $28. And so that increase, it's basically that 7.7% to the health. That increase would be passed on to the employee. Same type of thing with the dental. Delta Dental's increase, that was not publicized to us other than what Todd said, and I want to say he said it was around 5%. There was a small increase to $2.30 for the employee only, $75.83 for the employee plus family area. Willamette had the higher rate, the 9.6% increase, so that's why there's $641 increase in the employee portion there, and the $86.26 for a family. The vision, there weren't any increases, even though it changed providers because they were bought out. Emeritus bought out the vision portion of LifeMap, but they were willing to keep the same rates. Same thing with our LifeMap life insurance and our employee assistance program. Those rates did not change.
So Daryl, does anyone in our district, all employees in our district, whether they're classified, certificated, admin, they all have the same insurance, is that correct?
They all are offered the same insurance, yes.
Okay.
Are we ready for options? I have an option to take the insurance committee's recommendation.
So this is insurance committee, right? Insurance? Just make label it insurance.
Yeah, I put insurance.
Yeah, okay.
To take the insurance committee's recommendation. Do we need to be more specific on that? Or is everybody good with that? Okay.
Can I ask another question to Daryl? Because insurance is not that's why we have someone else on the committee. I thought, and maybe it's just my brain not understanding, I thought that if we looked at going to the state, it was all employees are paid, like all employees or nothing. They can pick and choose if employees do it or not.
So the district, the cost to the employee is set by the state, and how that functions is that what you're looking at there more than what I think you're getting in your head. The state dictates what the district has to pay and what the employee has to pay. We can't adjust that either way. So what is
Right.
on the state's sheet on their website is what we would have to follow. So the district has those two options: pay for all employees at 30 hours and above at that 1,068, or pay only for the employees that take the insurance at the 1,177. As far as the employee costs, a PPO and everything for an employee would be $65 for employee only, whereas the high deductible HSA would be a zero cost on the employee side. So it's very similar to what we have now, other than the amount that would be then contributed back to the HSA. You know, right now for an employee on the HSA account, they wouldn't have any cost to them. We would be contributing to them, and the state also dictates what that would be going back to them.
So it's I apologize for my incompetence. I'm just going to say that. So currently there's 424 employees enrolled in insurance.
That is the estimate that we're running with. That is one that came from the prior year. I don't have the current. I can pull that, but that's what we were running with.
Okay, so let's say that right now when the district is paying for 100% of our insurance as employees. Only 424 employees are taking that advantage of that.
Correct.
But next year it's projected, with the cuts and everything, it's projected that if employees have to pay part of their insurance, it's going to go up to 485.
485. What are you talking there?
The estimated increased enrolled employees.
No, that would be only if we went to the state.
I think that's, they're estimating. So if we went to the state insurance because it's better insurance, they're anticipating more people would want to go to that option. That's why he's getting the 485.
With our current insurance, we don't estimate any real increase of people jumping on the insurance plan. So in all reality, we should have a reduction there, which then means we may or may not have more benefit money that could then go back into salaries and help preserve jobs, which is basically what it's set up currently in the budget. The budget is taking the staffing that we still list as available according to the percentage that we've got there, with those rough estimates saying, hey, this is how many may take insurance next year. It's all rough estimates because it's not solidified till insurance is already done. But whatever we don't end up using in that insurance money then is open to then be used in the other salary positions as we have used to try to save as many positions as we could.
Okay, so how does the 485 compare to if all staff, if we just paid for all staff? What was that number?
On the state plan or,
Yeah.
sorry. So the 485, we paid 485 for, sorry, state your question another time.
So if we go to the state, you estimated 485 employees would do that.
Okay.
But I'm just curious, but you said that that's still not all staff.
Correct.
What is the number for all staff? Like the number of all staff, if we chose to pay for all staff in our district, what is that number? 500 and something?
It would be in the 500s. It would take your total state cost from 6.9 million up into the $7 or almost $8 million range. Last year, I can tell you where we spent or budgeted. Health benefits last year was budgeted at $4.83 million. What was forecasted to be expended when we did our stuff was 5.4 million. Most of that was due to the errors in our department with benefits that were not canceled out.
And also, when the state switched carriers, so they're going to Regents Blue Shield, they had a cost savings. And they were nice enough because there was a cost savings on their end, and I'm being sarcastic, that they didn't give districts as much money for insurance. So they gave us less, but our costs are going up.
In our current year budget, we're currently forecasting $4.82 million of benefits for the current employees enrolled going with the state PP, or the Idaho School Benefit Trust. So if we were to have any sort of increase there, we need to make sure we budget that in more, which would raise that deficit of 900,000 to something higher.
So looking down on our current plan, it shows that employees portion would be $1.32.
Yes.
And if you go to the HSA, our portion is $2.55, and we no longer get the district portion.
No, the $2.55 would be what the district would be putting in for you. That would be our match back in, because in the past we had attributed the amount that was not, well, to be equitable, it was the PPO cost and then the HSA cost, and the difference was basically what we ended up putting back into your HSA. The reasoning for doing this is if we did not do something similar there's nothing saying that many people would stick with an HSA and we'd end up paying the full $982 either way. They would just jump on the PPO. So we kind of decided to leave it as is. So that negative $2.55, it really is not an employee portion, that is the district's portion to the employee.
Can we caucus?
what is it that they're going to caucus about?
Well, I think everyone's here. Daryl reminded us that there is still one more year to go to the state plan, as long as we notify them by June, sometime mid-June. They need to know by the end of the month. But by that, or at that time next year, they would still be paying the buy-in.
Yeah. The monies are still there until June 30th of 25. At that point, they are being reallocated. So,
What kind of, I guess, plan could we put into place to get there to get that insurance? Because I feel like every year we come to this point, and, oh, not this year. Oh, not this year. And I don't think we're planning ahead enough to get there.
I think a lot of it comes down to kind of what the insurance committee was talking about when they met this last week. They want to start doing surveys probably in December and seeing what the staff actually wants, whether they'd be willing to take some sort of salary reduction in the case if that was required to cover that gap. The issue we have is the state only funds us based off of what the state insurance costs, but they only fund for those people out of the general fund.
Only those allocated to us out of the general fund. So if we're allocated 220 teachers and the admin, and we have 270 or 60, well, there's 40 that we don't get funding for, or for the insurance.
So areas there cause the gap, as well as anybody out of federal or SPED funds and food. Any of those areas that those funds do not have sufficient monies to also cover that benefit. Ideally, we try to, if we put a staff position in like a Title I fund area being paid from there, we try to ensure that their salaries and benefits can all come from that fund. But each year as these increase in rates, there tend to be spillovers, and those spillovers come back into the general fund, causing that gap of what we're funded versus what it costs. And so ideally there may still be something even next year that the staff would have to find a way, or we would have to find a way with a staff's full support of, hey, I'd rather give up a little bit of salary, but in turn have a better benefit. But a lot of it also hinges on legislation next year if they end up turning around and giving us more money. If Ms. Critchfield's budget stuff would have went through, we probably would have gotten quite a bit more financial support because it is based towards targeted population, your special ed population, your low income, your neglected and delinquent. And we would have a large majority there of population, and that would increase our funding pretty drastically, I think. But those are all speculations and nothing set in stone until legislation actually does something there.
So then do we project that our insurance rate, well, the insurance that we have now, will it go up again next year? So every year it'll keep going up, keep going up.
They've said over the last 5 years their average was a 5.5% increase, but this year was 7. Next year it could be 7, 8, it could be 9, it could be 4. Every year there's an increase. Each time that increases, that lowers that gap differential of what our current insurance costs versus what the state insurance costs. So in a way that kind of helps us get to that point. The only other thing that would kind of be going on those same lines is our reduction in staffing. That takes our high end and brings it back down a little bit because the staff that would want to join on the insurance, those numbers would reduce. It gets us closer to being able to go to the cheaper portion of the state allocation, the 1064, if our staff is low enough that really it would be more beneficial to pay for everybody versus those that pick and choose. But every time we look at it, we're going to have to want to run those analyses to say, hey, which one really would be cheaper, putting the whole staff on or doing those that would take it. And at that point, we would really need the data from surveys to say, hey, if it costed this much and it required this out of you, how many would do this? So we had valid numbers to say, this is what it would cost at this rate, this is what it would cost at that rate. There's our differential. Can we come up with that?
So last year at negotiations, when we had this and numbers were just kind of, it seemed like all over the place. If I remember correct, we were told that conversations would happen toward the beginning of this year and let staff know about state insurance. They would have those conversations, surveys would be sent out. And I understand this year's just been tumultuous in many, many ways. But I think that some of the staff, if they hear, hey, we're going to let you know, we're going to send out surveys, I think that little bit of trust that we had built last year with, hey, we're going to educate you guys about this, we're going to tell you, then we're going to get input from you, I think that's kind of been crushed because it didn't happen this year. To nobody's fault, because it has been a very tumultuous year. So can you give me numbers, total employees over 30 hours at the beginning of the year?
I can work on it. It'll take me a while, but yeah.
And then a couple of others. The number of employees that we have on full family plans.
I don't think I will be able to get you that number. I could look and see, but there's no guarantee I can get you a solid number. I can get you an estimate maybe, based because I'd have to go and look at deduction and see who is being charged that much for a deduction and hope that's really what it was for.
Oh, gotcha. Because we've had it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Can you tell us the number of staff so far that have resigned or retired this year that their position will not be replaced next year?
Say that one again, sorry.
The number of staff either resigning or retiring that their position will not be replaced next year. Like they're included in the cuts numbers.
Just the retiring or resigning positions or total cuts?
Or that the position is eliminated. Yes.
So she's asking eliminated positions.
So across the board, not just retired or resigned, but just
like
total cuts.
That total number, because we were given numbers at the beginning of negotiations today that said 24 additional classified are being cut, 25 certified are being cut, but we know that there were others besides those 49 that were also decided that their position, whether they were Category 1 and Idaho Code says they only have a 1-year contract, they wouldn't be replaced, or retiring or resigning. Like, what is that number before the 24 and 25?
Classified, or not classified, sorry. So total cuts this year that we have 38.94 for certified, 24 for classified. So that is all of it. If you take out, we had 13 prior, which gets you down to that 25.94 and then 24. So all cuts this year would be 38.94 certified, 24 classified.
So 63 total.
Yes. Now, whether all of those were full-time or over 3/4 time benefit eligible, I don't have that.
Do we have very many employees that work less than 30 hours?
We have a good handful.
That we insure?
That we insure, not necessarily. We do this year, or at least our insurance package shows that we would cover a portion of anybody under 30 hours.
So you're talking that group that's in the 20 to 30 hours because we offer insurance and would pay a little bit. Really, they wouldn't qualify for the exchange and have to take it through us. But most of them, if they're only working that few hours, wouldn't be able to afford the insurance through the district.
We do have a couple that do it, and most of them basically work just to have the insurance. Their full check goes straight into that deduction.
like there was kind of discussion about like looking at this for next year. So would that be one of the options that something is put in place to, I don't know how to word that, but to look at going to the state insurance next year?
If I can add a little information, sorry. Part of our reasons for delay this year, we're also waiting on the Blue Cross or the Idaho School Benefit Trust to actually get us rates. We got those the day before. Well, we got them one day. Todd got them. He came in the next day. We talked about it, and literally 2 days later was the insurance committee meeting, or that next week. So it wasn't that we couldn't necessarily give all the rates. You can't compare without full rates, honestly, but next year, if we wanted to move earlier, we'd have to be willing to run with estimates. So just keep that in mind.
Have we ever gotten like a second opinion from another insurance person, different rates or different plans? Or have we always just stuck with this one person and gone off what he has told us?
From that, he has been our broker as far as I know for the last few years. I don't know how long entirely, but he's been the broker as far as different rates with different companies getting out of the school benefit trust. We were looking into that this year as well. They also had not gotten us rates. In fact, they never did because they were another day or two out, and we said we need to start moving.
Yeah, we were looking at Pacific Source and also Select Health, but they hadn't provided their rate increases.
With that, we did have recommendations from both Todd Siemens and Steve Moore, the Blue Cross consultant on that side, that, you know, going outside of the trust, there are benefits and there are not benefits. You know, most anything once you leave the trust will give you a honeymoon phase. They'll give you great rates the first year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. After that, the honeymoon's over and they're going to start recouping their costs by raising the rates. That causes the issue of once you are outside of the trust, you have a waiting period and a buyback to get back into the trust. It's the same thing with the state. You know, 5-year buy-in. If you leave, you got a 5 years before you can try to come back again. So there's always that little bit there. So, but there are ways of working the system. If we really wanted to, we could try to cut costs more by jumping to Pacific Source for 2 years and then jump to somebody else for another 2 years and try to eternally live in that honeymoon phase. But at some point, it catches you.
Well, if I understand the question, I think I thought the MCEA just brought somebody in a few years ago that evaluated our our selection of health insurances and stuff, and he actually came and said that we had the best for what we could because of the fact of our population, our age, and those factors. Do you guys not remember that?
I don't remember.
Yeah, there was an independent guy.
It was about 10 years ago, and yes, we did. We had another company come in, and they analyzed it, and they told us we really were with the best that we could get at that time. And so it's been probably at least 10 years ago.
Well, thanks for making me feel old.
Because you remember too? I do. Yeah. We've done this a couple of times throughout the years that I've been here.
Yeah.
And it has always caught up to us.
And then one year we contacted the Twin Falls School District and we used their broker to compare. And also it came out, we were being treated as well as we could be.
Yes. And to say what Daryl said, we did that, I don't know how many years ago, and it did catch up to us.
It did.
It's true. We did the jumping around.
Yes.
It hurt. I think that was with Select Health.
It was.
Yes, but there was also one that we went to with Utah. Do you remember that? Am I the only one in here that remembers this?
I don't think it was Utah. I think that's when Blue Cross switched to when the hospitals. What did the hospital switch to?
No, it wasn't.
One wouldn't take
It was Blue Shield.
It was a long time ago.
No, we went to a
switch to something because we could no longer go to Caja.
Okay.
Brandy, these are our numbers as far as all staff, all funds greater than a 0.75 FTE. As best as my system will kick out, so take it with a grain of salt because our system is still not squeaky clean. 537.8 employees.
So last year at negotiations, for some reason, 553 keeps coming to my mind. Do you know where they got the 553?
Not a clue, sorry.
Okay, so that was
537.8 is what I have currently coming out of our system for anybody over 30 hours. And it's just rough. It's pulling by FTE. Anybody with an FTE greater than 0.75. Counting that, how many do we have?
That was at the beginning of the year?
That is at the beginning of the year, 537.8. Again, what was in the budget was budgeted at about 424. Right around there is what would be taking insurance. So you've got the difference between that. So just over 100. And then we'd have those 50, 60, 63 cuts, 63, 64 cuts that we did this year.
So that takes us down to 475 with the cuts, right?
Are you ready
That's
for my
what I
option?
did, yes. 475.
Yeah. Okay. I think that we need an option that maybe there is a committee that would start looking at transitioning or going to the state insurance that would convene in the fall and meet periodically as needed.
Okay, so restate that.
Create a committee. A committee.
There's already an insurance committee because they're not represented by all currently.
But I guess who's not represented on the insurance committee?
It's a huge committee.
You have an admin team, you have a classified and certified from each building or department. Admin, you have Jeffrey.
Okay, so Abby, the insurance committee will meet in the fall to begin looking moving to state insurance for the 2025-6 year. And personally, I think we can't get stuck in the weeds right now, like making sure that everybody shows up to committee. That's something that when that committee is going, that whoever oversees that needs to make sure that those people are there. And if somebody's not showing up from a building, that gets communicated then.
Do you want me to wait? Okay, so this is okay the way it's said? Okay.
Do we want any other options up there before we vote?
Can I just add? Can I ask Daryl some more questions? I'm sorry, because I'm trying to run numbers because I like numbers. So if we go with the 475 staff after cuts, and we look at all of those 475 will be on the state plan. That puts us at the 1,068.82 number. And we multiply that out, that only is a cost of $6,175,000, which is a lot less than almost the $7 million that was projected on what we got in our email. Like that it seems to narrow that gap a lot. That's a significant drop if I did this right.
You said 475, correct?
Yeah. 475 times
1068.82.
Yep, 1068.82 plus the 1450 gives us $1,083.32 a year times 12 is pretty much $13,000 times 475 employees is $6,175,000.
So if we had that, again, taking that 475 as hopefully that's a correct number as far as full staffing. I don't trust our system 100%, so take that as it may be. That gives you a $275,000 difference. 275, 652. So it does bring it much down to a much more reasonable cost, but it's still another $250,000.
It is a lot more, but we have staff that are right now, even if it's say 30 employees that are paying for their full family, they're at about $958, I think, right now with their family on their insurance plan. Next year, if we stay on the same plan, that number increases to $1,528 a month. That's a huge increase that the employee has to pay to insure their entire family. That's a huge chunk of money times 30 employees. And I know that's not coming out of the district's pocket, but I had several staff members reach out and say, hey, I can't afford to insure my family at $1,528 a month when Cadgett County is going to the state insurance. I'll jump river easy because then it's only going to cost me $400. I'm saving $1,100 a month. That's huge for just for the teachers. I can't even imagine like a classified staff. That's going to be a huge jump. I'm just trying to think bigger picture, people that have reached out to me. Because for me personally, going to the state, it's going to cost me money. But I don't represent just me. I represent our members.
Well, and that doesn't include the ones that will also opt in to the insurance.
Right, if their family price comes down. Or I don't know, Daryl, maybe my numbers are way off, but that's...
I'm just checking some counts. Give me just a minute. I can give you some ideas on that. Sorry. Okay, so one thing I think we want to look at here, pulling it from the system, the current deductions for Blue Cross HSAs and Blue Cross PPOs. I can't tell you which plans they pick, but it will give us something to play with at least. I have 172 staff currently with the Blue Cross HSA deduction and 181 with the Blue Cross PPO deduction, so currently 353 is what I'm showing there. I hope and pray these are accurate. With that would be the difference between the 475 and the 353 would be that larger increase. So let me plug that in here. Okay. If we did the full staff, I'm going to give you three numbers here, sorry. Current staff out of Blue Cross PPO at the 380 staff, running with our current prices of the 982 that we would cover for the health insurance and the vision. or health insurance on the 63 for the vision, dental, and everything else. That makes it so we pay roughly $1,045 per staff per month on that. That would bring our total expenditures at $4.82 million. Okay, that's us paying just the current people in the health insurance selections. If we went to the state at the $475 and paid for all staff at the $1,068.82, the lower one, putting all staff on there, that would make your total cost $6,174,000. So you got about a about a $2 million, no, a little less than a $2 million increase there. Well, let me get some numbers here that I can tell you the exacts. Sorry, what did I tell you for the current staffing? I said 353, or did I say 380?
350 with HSA and PPO.
Yeah, 353. Okay. So sorry, I had it at the 380. So 4.4 is what we currently would be paying for health insurance. 4.4 million just for the health insurance, including in dental and vision. Well, the other doesn't bring in those. No, it does. It does. Apologize. 4.7 million. Currently, what we are paying for the 353. 47. So putting full staff in the state at the 1068 would be the 6.17.
So why does it jump 122 staff? Or do we have 122 staff that don't take our insurance?
That would be what I can tell you, yeah. Because basically all I pulled right there was who currently has a Blue Cross deduction on their pay, whether it's a PPO or an HSA. So that's at 353. As long as our system's right, that's how many people are currently taking insurance with us. If we did all staff, according to what the system spat out was that 500 number, we did the reduction of what we reduced down to that 475, which you gave me, and then you plug that in at the state paying for every staff member would be that 6.1 million. Now, if we only paid for the 353 that we currently have taking insurance, right? This would have to be at the higher state rate of the 1,177. That would be at $5,049,000, 5.049, and that is still a $600,000 difference. But you have to keep in mind that 353 does not account for any increase of families wanting to jump onto the state plan. That is just running with current 353. If we built in an increase, I think Kaja built in an increase of 40 is what they did. They jumped from their number up 40. You'd be about 393, 395. That would raise you to $744,000 difference. That gap. It grows.
So where did the 424, where did that number come from if it's only 353?
424 is what was on the prior year budget when we were running with estimates. And then that was, prior year budget when we were looking at prior year expenditures. 4.8 million is what was budgeted in prior years. And then we took the 4-year average of our expenditures and kind of walked into that. Again, my confidence level in our current systems and deductions is not high. We're hoping by the end of the summer we can get that cleaned up and ironed out and be able to have confidence in our numbers there.
Can I
I put an option up? A and B?
Combination.
Combination, not an option, combination.
We need to wait and see if anybody has any more options before you do a combo. Does anybody have another option that
The combination would be A and B.
What did you say?
The combination would be A and B.
A and B.
are there any other combinations? A only, B only? Does anybody have another option?
If we only have one combination, are we just ready to vote on it?
Can we caucus?
Oh, not much. He's feeling sorry for himself for us because he went and had rotator cuff surgery just 2 weeks ago.
Why'd you do that?
Well, that's what he asked me the other day. And I said, because you couldn't do correct. You know, when they, I said, every time you moved, I said, you couldn't even put your shirt on anymore by yourself. So, yeah. But, so hopefully he'll be better here. Yeah. Hopefully about 4 more weeks. Get everybody through graduation. I know, we've got to. Yeah.
We made up there once last year.
That's what we should do. We should figure out a weekend to go out together and take the Jeeps and stuff. And yeah, we love to run up to Malden, that drive up there. And
Yeah, we made it. We try to always hit it on Father's Day. That's like our one guarantee. Try to make it fishing day. And we caught. We lost one. We moved it out. Well, you know, fish.
This year, I bet we get some big ones up there. Cause see, they can drain it. They have water on it.
Yeah, they have. They have
So
water.
I need to go down to that stand. Oh, yeah. This big. Oh, no joke. They are hitting my fist this year.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's limiting out on it.
That's what problem is. I
like
some
the
people
little
don't
ranch
about,
too.
It's like, we can't do this stuff when the weather's nice. We have to wait till it's 6 feet of snow on the ground.
That's what I'm hoping to do before. Now it's going to be slow. Hoping it'll take me out. Yeah.
That's supposed to be awesome.
That's, yeah, they always have for us. Tell them you were planning to just have waited too long to get this going, and now everybody's.
And they're right, the insurance company didn't get, usually insurance doesn't get us like April 15th, and they were really late this year. And everything just
Yeah, yeah. And otherwise, everybody wants to get into the state insurance pool, but they felt one on the end, so everybody.
Russ, I didn't even come in that meeting from Monday, anything about busing for you guys to decide, did I, are you guys still waiting for the meeting?
No, Monday was just gonna be
The business part of
budget.
it. Or you took out, cutting it back where it used to be, so that's.
Yeah, I saw that. One thing I saw in there was we might need to rearrange the agenda and do the public comment after the first round of discussion.
Did I put that before? I did it in the before.
I think so, the one I saw.
Okay, so.
Because I mean, we don't really have anything to comment on until we have
Well,
discussed it.
I hate to say anything, but like a lot of the ones that I go, I see what kind of work it is. I mean, what it, I mean, I don't know, I mean, they're category 1s and 2s. Yeah. I know we know that.
I was telling Carrie when I first got hired with the district, Dr. Hallett was here, and he was a real advocate for these 1-year contracts. Okay, so, but if you signed 3 of them, then you were guaranteed a continuing contract. And so every year in the middle of May, I would get this nice little letter from the district saying, we appreciate you being an employee, you know, but at this time we no longer have any positions open, blah, blah, blah. So then, in July, 1st of July, I get a nice little letter. Hey, we have an opening, Tina.
So you're unemployed for about a month,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. But I got 3 of those, and then finally I got to have a continuing contract. And then they decided they were out of their financial crisis, and
Did they declare like a financial emergency or anything like that? They just did that.
What was it?
Negotiated that?
oh, well, it would have been back in 2000. 97, I went to Dietrich and taught there 3 years, and then came here in 2000. So, and that's when Dr. Howard was here. But then they eliminated that. But then, when Dr. Rogers came here, and I hate to call him the doctor because he was that's what I heard. If you pay somebody enough money, you can get a piece of paper that says you are. But then that's the year we went through a real mess. Yeah. And it was ugly.
So has it been this bad before?
Oh, it was worse. It was worse.
Really?
It was worse.
Was it recession? Is that why you guys had to do that?
Yeah. And we had to do what they called that reduction in force. And so they called these employees in, and you know, you're low man on the totem pole, and so, or you have poor evaluation. There's a rubric.
Yeah. And I don't think the master's changed hardly at all, probably since.
Probably not. And so, you know, you got so many points if you like were a coach or you did an extracurricular or blah blah blah. And so you could have been a really great teacher, and it happened to some at Minidoka. Hey, they had really great evaluations, but they weren't coaches, so they didn't get the extra points.
As in sports coaches?
Yeah, yeah. Because they were doing extracurricular and they got a point for that. Yeah. So they got more points than this excellent teacher over here with great evaluations. And boy, it was contentious. And then there were just so many hard feelings. Like, it took about 5 years or more to recover because nobody trusted the superintendent, nobody trusted the school board, nobody trusted their administrator.
So, Tina, would it be easier on staff if we had to just cut more staff? Or what do you think? Is it
I like the idea that you've got a lot of employees here that have 30 plus years. Offer them a $10,000 buyout to retire. Okay, because then you lose those top paying salaries up here, and you can afford to keep these people down here. I don't know.
So here our kids come here. We don't want to see bigger class sizes. Or, no, I'm pretty vested interest in what goes on there. And it's just
There's no easy way out. No, there's not. There's not.
And honestly, looking back now, we should have been making cuts 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, yeah, and there's a wild option. Okay, I mean, because I think sometimes the public doesn't think they are being told the honest truth. If we told the public the honest truth and we tried to pass some kind of a supplemental levy to bring us out of this hole.
Emergency levy.
Yeah. But I mean, you would have to be really honest with the public and say, this is in the best interest of our students and our staff, and
I would still wouldn't be able to hire a lot of staff back because we're still going to only be allotted a certain amount by the state.
Right.
That's the problem. We've just hired way too many people.
But at least if we could pass like a $2.5 million emergency levy, and so we have some contingency money, and we're not in the red.
Because some of the projects that are coming up that are happening, maintenance is going to cost us pretty penny.
Yeah.
We still don't know how much we're going to do in HVAC repair.
Well, and at least we can get with that House Bill 521 money, at least some of that can go towards those longer term maintenance.
That's something I've been working on too for the 10-year plan. I mean, I know we just have some, but it's not a 10-year plan. Isn't that the weird requirement that you have us go to 10-year plan? We have to meet all the hours, but we do. But we have to create a 10-year plan.
I would suggest after this next year is that there needs to be some kind of emergency levy to, build our contingency back up and get us out of the red.
It's going to take us a few years. But I only have 1.5.
Carrie, what's the end?
1.5. 1.5. For some reason, that sounds shorter than a 1.5. I don't know why. This year.
I don't know, that's my 2 cents, Russ. 2 little ideas.
Appreciate it. Everything's on the table at this point.
I should probably be getting commission because of emergency levy too. I know, we'll never pass a bond again.
Yeah, that's what we've always worried about is if they did go, like take that nuclear option, but so kind of torpedo your.
But, I don't know if you sent something out to employees and said, hey, this is a one-time offer that we're offering to anybody that is ready to retire with proceed.
That might be.
If you're a 30-plus employee, we'll offer you a $10,000 royalty bonus.
If you're a 25-year
employee, maybe a $5,000 bonus or something.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think all options.
All options, yeah. Because I don't think the bank sale's gonna do it.
And I don't think anybody's going to donate all that money that they donated to the ag building to keep us going on. That's the sad part.
Like being on the farm, you have a terrible year. I mean, you refinance something, or there's different avenues, different ways, but this.
I don't know. You don't take a mortgage out of the school building.
You take a loan now, right?
I don't know if I want to be the dude signing on that.
And you would be. That would be your name and my name.
For sure, Tina.
I
It's been a long time, apparently.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and I guess Michelle just must have been a master at moving all of our money around.
I'm still waiting for that pot of gold that we'll find one of these days. Must not be in the bank because we'd be getting statements from it.
You can see where all the money went. isn't a whole bunch of revenue. So what?
What? Are you recording us?
I think everyone's back. So whoever wants to jump in and start the conversation.
We would like Daryl to let go on record or
Sure.
express to everyone some of the conversation that we had and explaining to those that are not here right now that may be online a little bit of a backstory with insurance. Is that an okay way to put that?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to throw it up on the monitor just so we can see it. Sorry.
Remember layman's terms.
Layman's terms. I don't know who he is. Oh, sorry. This thing just freaked out here. Okay, so we wanted to look at this spreadsheet. Is it? I'll pull it up here so you can hear a little better. Sorry. Get it to where we can kind of see everything at once. Okay, so we've got three different numbers that we're really working with when we're talking about employee numbers. We have the 475, which is, oh snap. It's our current employees minus the reduction that we've made. Okay. We have the 413. Well, let's jump here. 550 or 353. Dyslexia. 353 employees that are currently taking insurance. Okay. And then we have I can attempt. Tell me when it's good. Just kidding. 353 that are currently taking insurance, and then 413 would be that 353 plus, did we say 60 was the markup? Yes, 60 employee markup, just for the understanding of if we went to the state plan, right? Rough estimate, if 60 went up, I'm going to hold my tongue on whether that's really what we would be looking at. When we compare that, we are comparing our Idaho School Benefit Trust, what we are currently paying for our 353. That is the 4.384 million. Okay. If we put all of our employees through the state at the lower rate, the 1068, that would be a $6 million cost right there in red. The difference between those two is 1.7 million. If we went down and we only put the 413 using the higher state plan rate, the 1,177, that would take us to 5.9 million. Again, $1.5 million increase compared to what we currently are paying. We wanted to compare or explain that even if we took our 537 staff that are currently marked in our system, so before reduction, and we divided that 1.5 million by that, each employee would basically have to cough up $2,830 from their salary somehow to cover this shift. So again, that just really is not feasible, especially when you start talking about classified with a full salary of 12 to 15,000. Was there anything else you wanted me to go into on that, Brandy?
No, that was fabulous. Thank you.
So best case scenario for switching to the state plan would cost the district an additional 1.5 million.
Currently, yes. So way out of reach. One thing they did. Oh, never mind. My brain just farted.
So you have a combination up there that you need to vote on, or you need to add another option.
Are we ready to vote on the one option or one combination that we have?
You don't have any other ideas, so you need to vote. Is it good? Can you live with it, or is it down?
Voting?
We are voting.
It looks like it passes.
Okay.
It is 5 o'clock, and I had made that suggestion that we go till 5, but I'm wondering if we feel like we're on a little bit of a roll, if we want to power out for, say, another hour, or is that?
So we're all tired, we're all exhausted, we get that, but we also understand that Monday is a really tough meeting that our district's going to go through. So that being understood, none of us, I don't believe any of us want to take on the burden of a RIF. That scares us to death and probably scares everybody in here to death. There's a reason that salaries and benefits are usually left for the end, because if contractual language, bargaining agreement language is discussed first, then that usually leaves the other stuff for the end. Our worry is if we talk, we've taken care of insurance, but if we talk salaries now and just power through it, we just want assurance that if we're willing to negotiate in good faith and if we're willing to have open conversations about really hard things, then the district will also be willing to understand where we're coming from when we want language within the collective bargaining agreement changed. Like if we're talking a RIF or possible furlough or possible decreases in salary or possible freezes, our teachers need reassurances that they are valued and they're appreciated, and that comes forth in a master agreement that they have some confidence in.
So do I need to make a motion, or somebody needs to make a motion to continue our work here tonight together? Yes. Is that what we need to do?
You two are the only ones with microphones.
Oh, well, we could pass the microphone, somebody else can talk, but I'm just trying to get us moving because I know it's been a long week for everybody, and we're all tired.
I don't know if, Heather, you can make a motion because you're the one that made the motion to end at 5. So I think someone else needs to make the motion to continue because that's going against your first motion.
Thanks.
I make a motion that we continue negotiations. Do we want a time limit? Okay. I make a motion that we continue negotiations.
Past 5 o'clock.
Second. Past 5 o'clock.
I second it. Okay, you still have to vote. Who wants this one?
Can I add something here?
Can
I
you
just
hear
wanted
me?
to add, I'm not needing to talk over you, Abby. I'm sorry. No, I got one. Thank you. I'm good. So I just wanted to add on to what Brandy was saying. I honestly feel like the admin team and the district as a whole, we really are we always seem like we're not on the same team, but we really are, because we want the best for the teachers as well, because they work with us and we work with them. And so I really feel like, you know, we're trying to do the best that we can for the teachers as well. At least I feel like that's what our team is doing. This has been a super hard year for everyone, and all of us just trying to figure out what to do with the budgeting and all of that. So I really do feel like we're trying to do in good faith all of this. So I just wanted to say that as far as being on the admin team, and I feel like we're still really on the same team, and we all want the same thing or the best things for our teachers. So I just wanted to say that.
Oh, I guess if I'm good. Yes, in the closet.
So are we going to salaries?
That would be your next item.
Yeah.
Can I offer an option?
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry. Our first option that we would like to offer is that we retain as many staff as fiscally financially possible, because so many cuts have been made already.
I think that's everybody's goal. Can I ask Daryl a question? Daryl, in the budget, the deficit that is there, it was 957,000, and that was based on the district being conservative for the cost of protection, correct? And we put in 4.2% because we don't want to miss low, because that means with no fund balance, we will have no way to cover any deficit at the end. Okay. If that was reduced to, say, 2.75%, so reducing the cost of protection should add a support unit or a couple of support units, like 275.
Your support units would come in at 203.47. So an increase in support. Okay, so if you reduce that cost of protection from 4.2% to the 2.75%, that gives you a midterm support unit of 203.47. So that's an increase of about three support units. 3 support units is roughly $500,000.
So that we can survive on that 2.75 because we talked about 4%.
That's just it. We don't know if we can survive on that. That 2.75, well, has there been any update to the cost of protection, Daryl? I know for a while they were thinking like 1.5 to 2, somewhere in there.
We haven't had anything farther from that. From different districts, you got some budgeting at 1.5, some at 2, some at 3.5. It's a little bit across the board because we're not the only district in this scenario, which could then affect, well, not necessarily affect your ADA, which would be your protection, but from the state, they're thinking we will start to level out. Our big concern, like Mr. Larson said, was we don't have a fund balance to fall back on, so we have to make sure we are below the line and make sure we have some sort of wiggle room if something gets out of hand or comes in unexpectedly. If we are within limits and we have this, we can then throw that into contingency and use it throughout the year as needed. And if there's anything left over, maybe even get a small, very, very small fund balance rolled into the next year. But in all honesty, we are not trying to stockpile much this year because it's more of just can we make it through and get to some level playing ground, level fields where we can start getting a new status quo.
Would you feel comfortable at 2.75?
Running the whole budget off of 2.75? Honest opinion, I say we.
Let me change that. What would you feel comfortable with? Because we know that 4.2 is a high percentage, which gives us fewer support units.
I honestly would feel most comfortable if we stick at the 4.2 where we're at. Although that does, I do feel comfortable saying that it will most likely come in better off than we are planning. So if we can get down as low as we can and have that little bit of buffer zone, I think that's the best interest of the district is we do as much as we can, and then if we have to cover a little bit and ride by the seat of our pants on that last little bit, we could do that. But the less we have to do that, the better. If we went to 3, that would take you to 202.94 support units. And so that's still about your three at 145,000 a piece. Is roughly about $435,000. So a little under $500,000.
And this is all based on ADA, right? Because we went from enrollment to ADA.
Correct. We are in the second year coming back from enrollment to ADA. We should be starting to level off, but there are a few ripples in the pond still.
So I'm just going to ask a question. Is there any way to try to positively communicate with parents and with students that if you would like your student to be in a classroom that's not 35 kids, please make sure that they come to school? I mean, I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but if their butts are in seats, we have the money to provide teachers that lower those class sizes. Is there a way to positively portray that in a way that we can encourage them to make sure their kids come to school so we get those units up? I don't know. I'm just throwing
Yeah,
this
I
out
think
there.
that's a great idea. And we've talked about this before as well. And we actually had incentives years ago. And I think too, is all of us and the teachers too, because they're like, you know, if I'm teaching an elementary classroom, I'm like, in little incentives, whatever you can do to like motivate them to be there because it's so huge. So yeah, I think there's ways that we can do that. And I think we just need to continually have those conversations with our kids about being there. And you know, it's like a group effort. It's your family and your classroom, and we're going to do everything we can to encourage them to be there. And parents too. I think at the high school level, it's more of a kid issue than a parent issue. At the elementary level, it's more of a parent issue than a kid issue as far as the kids getting there. But I definitely think that's something that could be a huge focus for everyone. Is now that we know that it's like, well, we've always known this, but it's a huge thing that we need to work on, and I think we can do it as a team, school wide.
Brandy, I think also just whether it's positively, but really letting our community know what those numbers mean. So when we talk small percentages, 1%, you know, what is the dollar sign behind 1%? I think that to me is the shock factor of like, even if you get that attendance up a couple percentages, how much more money will come into the district as revenue. And I don't know if our community, our parents truly understand that.
And I think you're right. I think that they don't, because so many comments that I've heard from people around the community is, you want our kids to be there because it means more money for you guys. Okay, yeah, but it impacts your students. Your kid could be in a classroom that's only 24 kids instead of 32 kids. How much better is that for their education? So that's what I mean by a positive spin on it, that they don't just think we're looking at the bottom dollar. We're looking at how our lower class sizes can truly make their kids' education better, because those relationships form more easily in smaller classes. We can give more support to their child in our classes. We can get around to trying to help them, like make it more about the relationship than the bottom dollar.
And I think it's so unfortunate that COVID, it was like if you had a sniffle or your body hurt, it was like, stay away, stay at home, you cannot come to school. And so those habits of coming to school were broken. And now we're trying to get parents to send their kids back to school with a little cough or a body ache, right? And so where does that line draw? And I just think, I mean, it was just a shift in how we think about, you know, kids being sick. But
So I know that Paul Elementary and Hayburn ran an attendance incentive program for the first 10 weeks of school, knowing that we were in this. And she and I both did our own personal budgets to be able to give, you know, prizes and pull raffles and things like that to try and encourage that. And I know that it made a slight increase, but honestly, it wasn't a significant one, because you're right. Even though the kids were like motivated to come to school, the family lifestyle hadn't changed, and so the parents weren't completely on board. But the in-school programs that we did, we really tried. So it has to be something that we have to somehow get that out to the parents for them to understand, to get the kids there.
So several years ago, I sent a newsletter home to parents, and I actually had the business office help me with it because I wanted them to understand the cost. And I can't remember the numbers, but I actually still have that letter because Mr. Mayor and I were discussing it the other day. But I was reading through it, and it was so amazing because just like 2%, like let's say we're at 95%, and you have 2% increase in your attendance. It was like this huge amount of money. And so we'd actually just broke it down and then shared it with families so that they could understand how important it was for their kids to be there based on for teachers, like you said, also, and then class sizes, the whole piece. And it was very well received. And so I think that there's an approach, and I think just informing all of our parents and then also encouraging some of our families that like to leave during the winter time for a long period of time. We've kind of encouraged them to take shorter vacations so they're not gone so long. But anyway, I think there's some ways that we can approach things to make those things happen in a positive way.
And the ADA, those support units are based on the first 10 weeks of school, correct?
Yeah, because then the discretionary comes off of the best 28 weeks, for the attendance.
We probably just need to develop the habit all the way through so that we don't have it. Okay, the first 10 weeks we need to work hard, and then we have 28 more weeks. Okay, we'll keep going, and it just needs to be all the way through.
If you're needing some materials to help explain ADA and attendance, the state has, Dean Wright from the state has given us a PowerPoint that is pretty down to level layman terms of your kid shows up, this is how it counts, this is how it comes through. The business office ourselves would be more than happy to help explain to the community. It's getting into those scenarios where we could. We're more than happy to share our knowledge of how this does work.
We do have some mechanisms in these two counties that could be used to get that information out. One would be if articles were written and submitted to the weekly mailer and the Voice. Everybody in both counties gets those for free. And I think it's been a number of years since Minidoka County has had a regular article in the papers. The other is our churches. This is a very religious area. Many people go to church on Sundays. It's an easy thing. 5 minutes after church, we're going to explain this to you. And people would feel comfortable then because they're in a place that's comfortable for them. And, I think if the message could be limited time, people would be okay with that. I think also the radio stations doing interviews with the radio stations. What does this mean? How does this work? Those are other ways that we can get information out there. And Facebook.
Salary here, are there other options that you want to put up concerning salary?
I was just going to say, do we have like a projection idea of what we want to talk about, so that everybody knows what we tried to figure out? Have we had that conversation? Yeah, I don't know.
Like we know the amount we need to get to,
what
right?
we can do.
900,000 is what we're looking for. Closest to the best.
Can I throw an option up there, I guess. And I'm going to be probably really unpopular with staff saying this. So I think the only way to get there is a RIF, or do you want me to just put my option up and then I'll explain? Is that how I need to do it?
Well, do we want RIF to be an option?
No, no, but we have, the only way I can envision this is a RIF, a freeze of salaries and furlough days. I truly believe that the least amount of impact to our staff, both classified, especially classified, we got to help those guys as much as possible, is for our certified staff to have a salary freeze for the upcoming year.
So that's an option, a salary freeze.
Mm-hmm.
So salary freeze, what's the salary?
Do we know what that looks like with the freeze, Daryl? Like, if we have a salary freeze, do we know what that's going to look like?
So
Can I maybe add something to that?
It's still your option.
Okay.
Or you want it to be a separate option?
Just do combine options to combinations.
Because then you can, yeah.
I'll just leave it at that for now, I guess. Ugh.
You wanted the number on a freeze? So if we did a freeze across the board, admin, classified, certified, all of us, we would have $650,000. Is what that would be, a freeze of $650,000.
So that still leaves us with 300 in the hole, basically.
307 in the hole, but as we stated with Mr. Larson, the support unit could come in at a much better. My estimate is maybe $500,000. So if we had that 300,000, that would leave us maybe $250,000 wiggle room to cover any other overages. It's something I feel would be reasonable in that point.
Okay, I have another question.
Yeah.
And I think we've had to do this before, but I'm just asking. I'm not recommending, and I'm just asking. So because we freeze this year, we decide to freeze, does that mean that when we look like we're in a better situation, can we make that up, or do we always have to stay the next step instead of making it wherever they fall and making up that missed year? I'm just
Mind
asking.
if I explain that a little more on the
Please.
side?
Can you do that?
So the state salary schedule coming in, the money we receive from the state, and our salary schedule, we made them tie. In the past, you guys moved to the state salary schedule. That way we kind of tied. The difference being that we can always pay something different from what the state gives us. That's always the option. The thing that you do with the freeze is we will stay, but the state will still advance. And that's what gives us this $600,000 difference, that increase in salaries that isn't passed through to salaries, that lets us then pass it to these other positions. In theory, what would happen is you would keep advancing the next year, but still have that gap where the state's still one level ahead of you, until we could get to a point that the district has enough funding or security in their funding that we could do a double advancement for the staff to get them back in alignment with the state. So there's no guarantee that we could do a freeze this year and be right back on par next year. But speaking for myself, I have no intention as the business manager to keep us at a gap. If our staff should be receiving the money, I think we get back to that as soon as we can, as long as it is fiscally and financially responsibly.
I have a question. Those staff who will meet the advanced professional requirements this year to go to AP1, do we have to move them to AP1?
Well, my understanding is if we did a freeze, technically they would still move, but they'd be at the current salary, which is that P6, correct? But then the district would receive the funding for them for the AP1. but then that becomes part of the 650,000 that we're making up.
I have a question. If we freeze it, if an employee has supposed to get a step as in a degree, would they also be frozen? Like if they
It
get their
just
master's?
freezes every single thing, doesn't it? We still advance as far as years of service, AP1, but it just freezes everybody. Right, the pay stays the same. Right, just that's what the freeze means, not the step or the lane or the AP1.
For the current year, that is my understanding. I would lean towards the thought process that the following year, the education, the step over a rung would be in effect that next following year, as long as it's still is possible. But again, they would still be a step behind the state as far as going down. The left to right movement, I think, could happen the year after, just on the district side. But yes, I believe that if we did a freeze, everybody would be where they are currently as is.
But it's
Abby?
important to keep track. I think that's my concern is like you have to keep track of whether they move over and down or AP. I mean, that is the critical piece right there.
So in our software, in the salary schedules, it is actually set to mimic the state allocation. So as long as this summer, as we clean up and get everybody in the right spots, it will have that, and we can do the advancement or not advancement and hold it there, and all the data will be there. As far as me being a little bit OCD freak, I would also pull down a spreadsheet and have that saved.
Abby, can you write the number up there for me of what the salary freeze is? Everybody okay with that? I need to know what the salary freeze, that number it's going to save us. I mean, I could write it on my own paper, I guess. But
The number
by the salary, so the salary freeze would save us $650,000. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. What would it look like for furlough? Like what is the benefit of doing a freeze versus a furlough or vice versa?
To go full explanation here, furlough would be basically we take a day out of the contract and take that pay with it, right? So to be able to make up the difference here, you're looking at about 5 furlough days now is where that's really looking. 5 furlough days would bring in about 587,950 is where it is right there. Again, that would leave you at that $369,000 deficit area. Again, about in that same area of level of confidence, I feel like we could handle that. But that is a 5-day furlough. The one thing I would caution, when you talk about your staff with lower salaries, so classified specifically is where it's going to be hitting, there's the chance that, well, not really chance, it would happen that they would have cases where their furlough of 5 days would reduce them so much that they actually take a pay cut this next year from what they are currently paid. If I can add one more thing too, sorry. The difference also between your furlough and your freeze is the duration. So we said the freeze would be kind of continually until we could get there, but we don't have to do it once, and then we'd have that benefit until this district can get to that point. A furlough is a one-time band-aid. If next year is looking just as horribly as this year, it would, something else would have to happen at that point too. But I pray and hope that we don't see that again.
I'd like to add an option of furlough with you giving us the exact savings for one furlough day.
For one furlough day?
One furlough.
Okay. Can I, just before I do that, who's this?
I think also let's make sure when we're getting the numbers that we know that is classified, certified, administrative number, right? So the salary
Yes.
freezes for everybody, right?
Yep.
So then furlough
For
day
everybody.
will be all. Okay.
One day would be 117,590. 590. To be able to get where you need to do 5. Say that again, Ellen.
When I was putting the one up there, I was making the assumption that we may have a combination of those.
Yep. Okay.
Can I ask a question? It's not an option, but it's just a question. Is it possible to furlough certified and not classified so that classified, how does that change the numbers?
I can factor that in.
For certified staff, not classified. So they wouldn't, I mean, sometimes they benefit by what you negotiate, but you're only negotiating for certified staff.
Right, but that takes into consideration all three levels. So what would it look like if classified were not in that figure? And it was
So just to verify, admin and certified is what we're looking at.
Mhm.
Okay, you need 7 furlough days to get 616,000. That would leave you a deficit of 340. A little higher than it was before, but doable. One day is 88,000 and a little bit of change.
Can I add an option? D.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be positive. So if unexpected money comes to our district that we are not anticipating, we can reopen negotiations to discuss this again.
Okay, unanticipated money, reopen negotiations.
Reopening negotiations allowed if revenue increases.
At any time just by requesting that through the district.
Yeah, but this, I feel like, just keeps lines of communication open.
I'd like to make an option E.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I just gotta finish this thought. Okay, so reopen negotiations.
If unexpectedly revenue increases.
If
your rate of increase of revenue.
If unexpected
Revenue.
revenue is increased. Oh, no. Reopen negotiations if unexpected revenue comes in. She's just gonna say it this way. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll fix it. Okay. Ellen, thank you.
E, I would ask that if unexpected revenue comes in, that furlough day pay be restored.
for as many as possible.
Okay, so everybody's back. Are we ready to talk options? Do we have more options?
Do you want to have combinations?
I'd like to propose an option. So under D, we say reopen negotiations if unexpected revenue comes in. What if rather than do that, if more revenue comes in, we set it aside, kind of in a contingency in case it's needed elsewhere, but if it's not, it gets set aside for, say, the state insurance the following year and used to offset that cost. I mean, that was something we discussed earlier, and it sounds like there might be a lot of people wanting to do the state insurance, and so any extra revenue could go towards that.
So that's an option. Unexpected revenue that comes in goes toward a state insurance fund.
Probably contingency first as a just in case, but then not spent. Yes, we set it aside.
Contingency first, then for state insurance.
You pay, Gabby. We can't read
There, this one's up.
I was thinking, we're really bossy. Okay, so unexpected revenues come in.
Goes to
Just put designated towards state insurance.
Yeah, you can just put revenue set aside.
Revenue set aside, that's what you want.
Yeah, to contingency / state insurance.
Does anybody else have another option?
I would like to make a combination.
No one else has any other options? So not an option, but a combination. Okay.
A, B, D, F. A, B, F.
Delete D.
Yes. Maybe this has already been answered. So does that, I just need clarification. Does that we just passed help us avoid a RIF?
You just took care of it.
Oh, praise Jesus.
That's
So just a comment on that, Brandy. So I mean that's 650,000. That still leaves what, about 300,000 that we're anticipating being short, but the off chance that we've set our percentage too high, and so hopefully get a little extra income there. I don't know if this is a place, but I'm just wondering about like loyalty bonuses or things like that. It's not salary, it's just, I think a lot of people almost consider it as such though. If the district is paying out items like that, that's going to increase that gap again.
Can we hold them this year, or is that I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Hold the loyalty freeze, part of the freeze. Are you guys? I don't know if there's
How many? And I guess I could look at the scattergraph.
Maybe Daryl knows.
How many staff members do we have receiving a loyalty bonus? Because doesn't it start at 15 years? I feel like we have so many new staff members that the percentage of our actual teachers is really low that get those loyalty.
Okay, so looking at our loyalty bonus. Ooh, gave me the crazy one. Loyalty bonus salary schedule or salary schedule online that we have posted is 15 to 19 is 1,000, 20 to 24 is 1,250, 25. 19 years is $1,000. 20 to 24 years is 1,250. 25 to 29 is 1,005, and 30 plus years is 1,750. Polling all staff, running that in the 15 to 19 year scheme, we have 34 staff that meet that. In the next level, we have 18. Next level, we have 17. And in the 30 plus, we have 39. So it's a total of 108 staff that meet some level of the loyalty bonus for a total bonus payout of $150,000.
And how many on that upper level? I'm guessing it's probably the upper level are retiring this year.
I'm not certain. I don't have that lined out.
But that has all classified in it. Daryl's numbers has classified also.
Yeah, mine has all classified and certified in there.
And my understanding, so a freeze would mean that would still be being paid out. But then would that also freeze somebody coming into a loyalty bonus or bumping down?
Yeah, technically these are paid out as a stipend, so they're not part of the salary schedule, so it wouldn't be part of the freeze intentionally or just inclusively.
But where it's listed on the salary schedule, is there that?
Could you give me those numbers again?
Yep. Do you need me to give you the years or just the breakouts? So in their first rank, 34 employees at the $1,000. Second one, 18 at the 1,250. 17 at the 1,500. And then 39 at the 1,750. Your total is a $150,250. And I can't guarantee that this does not have some that have already retired. I need to go through and comb it with a fine tooth with everything else before we do any of that. But this would be your high number to expect.
So then the 300,000 that we're short is 450. And the amount again, roughly, that we might get if the cost of protection is not as high.
Your 150 may be built in, but I can't necessarily guarantee that. It would be part of our summer school stipend supplementals, where we built in 900,000, but in the current year, fiscal year 24, we are already at 772,000 right now, and we're estimating to hit 926. So I wouldn't guarantee that is built in.
I bet it might be because they're paid out in May, right?
Yeah, so we do have forecasted to have that in there, so that's what it is. But next year's budget is only budgeted at the 900,000. It may or may not fully include that 150. Again, we were just running with a 4-year estimate on those areas there. Your question, Mr. Larson, as far as the support units, if we reduced, from 4.2% down to 3%, that would give us a $363,000 increase in revenues. 363.
I'm just going to ask this question, but with the loyalty bonus for the folks, is there a way, like, maybe we can't make that decision right now, but like if you find that the revenue is there for that particular thing for loyalty, like in August, you could see if that would work out. And is that not a good idea? I was just trying to think of how to.
Well, they're not paid out until May, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could actually wait.
Wait on it.
I was going to say, in all reality, it's February 15th when we get that first. Well, it's technically our third payment from the state, but it's the first one that comes with documentation saying this is what you generated, and that would give us a good idea of what we could do the rest of the year. So, if you kind of table it to that point, then that's when you could have a pretty solid understanding of are we going to make it or not.
Can I recommend something then? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing here, but
I would like to make a comment. There's a lot of people that have already asked and are talking about the loyalty bonus. I realize it puts us at a disadvantage, but they've been told already that they're getting it. I don't think that we can take it away for this year. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, this year's is penciled in to be coming out.
This
shortly.
year we're already done. Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, if there's a way for us to make that work for the people that have been here, and we can afford to do that next year when you get some different numbers and revenue, I think maybe, I don't know how everybody feels about it, but maybe we should just try to plan on that if it's workable to do, and you could make that decision in August or September or whenever you have revenue. I don't know. I'm not trying to create a problem for the budget. I was just thinking about that being separate from salaries, right? That maybe that would be a possibility. I don't know. That's my recommendation if you can afford to do it.
Actually, I think that's what we've tried to do over the course of this year. If we can do something and it gives people money, we have tried to do that. If errors have been made, we have tried to make sure it's in the employee's favor, to the district's expense. And so, yeah, I think we could do that. If money's there, we would want to pay it.
So do we need to do this as options and accommodations and vote?
Do we have to vote on that, or can we just say, yeah, that's what we're going to do? How do we do this on this deal?
Do I need to write it down?
I don't.
I feel you do need to write it down.
Okay, so can I give an option?
Yeah.
Like, do we want it with that, or can we do it as a separate poster?
You know, maybe we could just add it as the next item under salary. Actually, it's not really salary, is it?
No.
But we could
Okay,
just,
well,
we
never
could,
mind, it's a new
and then we
So
can just
let's
vote
do
on
a new, yep.
Okay.
this loyalty, I guess, loyalty bonus.
Loyalty? Great.
I have an option. I'll help.
Or is it
Um,
Lori or Ashley?
whatever. Go for it, Lori.
Go for it. I was just gonna,
I'm gonna put you up.
I just think we need to vote unless somebody else has something to,
Let's write it down.
okay.
So that would we say would it be determined in February? If the money is like if we have the money to do loyalty bonuses will be paid determined in February.
Daryl,
That's
is
when
that
you
a
would
good time?
feel confident knowing in February.
I would say give me at least to the end of February because we'll get that payment February 15th and
Okay,
we get
so
to
by
start.
March 1st
So yeah,
or on
Okay.
March
if
1st.
we say March, somewhere March 1st, March 15th, right in there, I think that would be reasonable.
That'll work. End of the year, 2025.
Year.
2025.
2025. That's weird.
Loyalty bonus.
If there are enough funds, loyalty bonuses will be paid in May.
Is that workable, Daryl?
Loyalty bonus will be what? Be paid. Be paid. In May.
And they're still being paid in May this year, correct?
We're going to shoot for it for certain. We have them, and we need to just plug them in as a supplemental item on our end. It's just getting staffing the time to do it. So we should be there. If it takes the whole office to jump in and crunch it, we will be getting it in.
And just to be clear, these are stipends that are then recommended to the board, correct?
Technically, I think it's policy part of our salary schedule
Yeah.
where it's
Already
posted.
there.
Okay.
And
Does
it's a
anybody,
stipend, not a bonus.
do we have any other options?
I have another one I would add. B, that it's communicated to staff when the decision is made.
Communicated to staff.
When the decision is made regarding loyalty bonuses.
When it will be paid. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I think it's important. So we're putting up here that that in February or March it will be determined. We want to make sure that actually it will be communicated to staff if they're going to be paid or if they're not going to be paid.
Okay. Is that okay?
Any other options? Okay. Then
I'd like to caucus.
So are we ready to vote then? Are we good? If there's not a comment, are we ready to vote? Or are we ready to put combinations up? Combination?
Or pistachio.
I say I would like to recommend a combination. A and B.
Thumbs up, sideways, or down.
Yes, and I said B and A.
Okay, I can write that.
I think it's passed. Oh. Okay, so now you've finished salary and benefits. Would you like to go back and talk about contracted Fridays and finish this up? That was a yes from Brandy. Be careful what you say, Miller.
I move that we recess.
Yeah,
I'm done. Do I need to be specific when we're coming back? I'm up for conversation before I finish. Never mind. I rescind my motion until we have some discussion on the date.
Okay, can I be reminded what we have left? I know PD, but what? There's so many postings.
Discussion about valuation. Fridays, wording and valuation.
So two things.
Yeah. Yeah, because we have to finish the one and then interest too. Valuations.
Oh yeah.
Don't we have a lot of that done?
Yeah. So you've done
So it's
your
Fridays
balanced budget.
and language.
Have you finished your collaboration and communication from the district? What was your interest there? On this was the district. I feel like we're doing a great job on ours. I think they should get stars. Can I just ask, like, the evaluation language, like, maybe, like, what is it that you're looking for specifically? Is there, I know you mentioned earlier having it in there, so, like, it couldn't be changed mid-year, or that there was a process that it couldn't just be changed without MCEA input. Is that what?
So right now, the only evaluation language that is in our district is in board policy. We would like to have specific evaluation language added to the collective bargaining agreement, so that if there's any changes that are going to be made, it's done through the district and the teachers, the MCEA. So that's because after looking at a lot of the collective bargaining agreements in neighboring districts in the Magic Valley, we haven't gone really beyond our region. So I guess I shouldn't say Magic Valley. So within our region, a lot of districts have evaluation language in their collective bargaining agreements. So that's what we would like to have added.
Do you have what that language might be?
Yes, but I don't have the energy tonight to get into it.
Okay.
How long do you think it will? I think in picking a date, like how long do you think this would take? Would it be a after school week? Like we could do this after school? Like is it going to be half a day, 2 hours?
I don't know, because I feel like the contracted Fridays language we didn't anticipate would take hours that it did, so I have no idea. We thought that would be fairly simple, but it turned pretty complicated. So I don't know.
Do you guys want to be able to take this for ratification before school's out?
No. Sorry, I was just one person. In previous years, we've ratified, it's been late in the summer sometimes when we ratify the negotiated agreement.
So we just need options of days, suggestions. Do you guys want to do it next week, or do you want to put it to the next week? I don't care because
May I make a motion that we adjourn and continue negotiations sometime next week on agreed upon a date?
But what nights are graduation nights? Because I know that graduation
Tuesday and Thursday. We have graduation Tuesday night and Thursday night. We have board meeting Monday night. So the only day available next week would be Wednesday or Friday.
Could we wait a week because we've got the important things done?
I think I'm feeling like everybody would like to get it done.
I would like to get my papers graded first.
Okay, first of all, a motion was made. Is there a second for it? If not, then the motion dies.
What?
But we didn't pick a day, right? So Abby didn't say an actual day. She said next week.
Yeah, I didn't specify.
I'm not
It
sure.
could die if it needs to.
If it's not seconded, it dies. Okay, dies for no second.
Would Friday morning be feasible if we knew it was a set period of time so admin could get back to check people out?
No, because we won't have a full group.
Zelma, are you saying you won't have
I guess, dang it, it didn't die. We won't have a full group Friday. There's a much more important thing going on Friday. And it's...
Obviously, we're not invited to the important.
So Carrie, what? Carrie, what is the motion on the table? Point of information.
To adjourn and continue negotiations next week.
Did it have a second?
No. It died.
So it died, so we need a new motion?
Yes. Somebody else make it.
I move that we recess and reconvene on May 29th. Never mind. I take it back.
28th?
Can we turn on May 28th? No.
What's the, I don't have my planner with me, so, and my phone died.
Well, I'm just thinking, just that next week, right after we get back. Do you know what I mean? Right after we get back from Memorial Day. Yeah. That's probably. Oh, okay.
We can't do it on the 28th until like probably 11.
Hey, I have a motion.
I can't come and help until the second week in June. But you could find somebody else. Totally feel free to find somebody else.
Could we get everybody here maybe like at 2 o'clock one day?
What day?
I didn't say a day, I said one day. I'm hesitant to pick a day. They're all bad. We could all agree with that. Like any day, anytime is gonna be bad. Yep.
May 22nd, Wednesday, May 22nd.
At 2?
Yeah, that's next Wednesday.
Yeah.
At 2?
Sure.
Bring my kids.
Okay. Mrs. Kid said she would love to.
Okay, so guys, so
Right.
right now, there was a
3:30.
motion made to recess and reconvene. Do you want to add to that motion or you want a different motion? I'm trying to make it legal here.
Right. Or we could just keep going for another hour, hour and a half right now.
No,
I'm sorry.
I don't think it's gonna help. I think everybody's.
I'm sorry, you guys. I've been trying to be good. I got a mouse. We're only on page 15 of notes, so
That's pretty good. I love it.
yeah.
Just set a time and let us know. How's that?
What?
We made the motion to reconvene.
I withdrew it. After they said the 29th wouldn't work, I withdrew it.
Well, then how about?
Okay.
We're trying one.
What's the legal motion?
Okay, I don't know the date, but how about like Tuesday after Labor Day, Memorial Day, just so we can be.
Labor Day.
Labor Day works, but Memorial Day is what I was thinking.
You can be there then.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody seems like they're just totally slammed next week, so let's take a couple hours to finish up what we need to do on that Tuesday or Wednesday after Memorial Day. I don't know. What do you guys think?
You know what? I'd come on Memorial Day.
You would, Mari?
I would come
You're very dedicated.
that Saturday. I just want it over with.
She's willing to come on tomorrow.
Huh?
She wants to come on. Mari wants to come on Sunday. Okay, how about we just?
Any of those
Does
days.
everybody want to do it that following week? Let's pick a day, like Tuesday or something.
I thought that was a great day.
What day is that? 28th. What time?
Well, actually, let's go one.
Can we go earlier?
Yeah, early, like
Please, early.
like 8 o'clock.
I have 3 birthdays
8
that
o'clock?
day.
No, 9, 10. 10 to 12, and then everybody can celebrate and go to lunch. How's that? 10 to 12.
I can't be here till 11.
Randy, Billy. Okay. Then we have to get done 11 to 12.
Brandy said 11.
Brandy said 11, but then we only have 1 hour to get it done. 11 to 12.
I'm the one that made the interest thing.
We're good with 11.
Okay, 11 o'clock, 11 to 12. We'll be done. We'll be able to do each of them half hour. We'll be done.
You might be a little too hopeful on that, Lori.
Okay.
Hey, Brandy.
Are we good? Okay.
You might need to send me a text message that says that. So I remember to put it in my planner.
You know what? She'll send it to us. I'll bet you. She'll invite us. Oh man. Okay, we made it.
Holy cow, Lori, your stuff weighs more than you.
I actually, my